That's from YouTube. YouTube just started. Gonna do the announcement. Make sure OBS is open and working. Okay. I think we're good. Everything's fine. We lose the MO and the bots will be coming up for our asses. Yeah, they will be. They're definitely expanding quite a bit. I mean, we got 4 days. We got 4 days. Do we have any bombardments happening soon? I mean, if we can get this going, that'll help a ton. It'd actually work out pretty well, because if we can get this going, that'd be nuts. Like, gonna have to fight more bots? I think he means, Annie, that they're gonna be getting closer to Super Earth. Taking some vital assets. Still hoping Arrowhead will do like a class between factions. Yeah, factions fighting each other would be very neat. So I wonder if they can get that going, get that working, because it sounded like there's some technical issues that they need to work through. It would be cinema. It would be cinema. I agree. Yo, what else, Wiz? I'm good. I'm good. How are you, buddy? No, that would be horrible. And he's not a fan. See the Crimson patch notes? I did not read the patch notes, but I saw like a short that like described everything that was happening in it. And you know, hey, more dubs, more variations of cats, cat armor. You got the boxes that they promised. Yeah, just good stuff. Good stuff. Some nice quality of life with the chests and cooking and some better UI. They actually finally added difficulty options, which is really nice. How much harder is the hard difficulty? Is it pretty crazy or... Any thoughts on the new WARBOND trailer that you can say, Maple? Can't wait to play with it. I don't know. I have some interesting concerns on like how much ammo they're gonna have, how effective they're gonna be. Are they gonna change mechs in general beforehand? Because mechs have been in like a weird spot for some time now. But other than that, I don't think I can comment on anything. Hi, Luna. Hello, kitten. Hello. You gonna take a seat? Kitten? This guy's really doing light armor, jetpack, hammer. Hey, I wish that guy the best of luck. That guy is going to be dead on the floor. I can foresee it. Good girl. Good girl, Luna. Good girl. She's getting all comfy. Camera's a little small today. How do you guys feel about a burger with raw onion? I would rather a raw onion on my burger than a cooked onion. Oh, alright. Damn, orbital air burst. Let's hide in our bubbles so we don't die. Okay, let's hide in another bubble because that's scary. Yeah, I actually like don't like cooked onions on my burger. Like, I'll take some sauteed vegetables on my burger, like sauteed jalapenos. I love sauteed jalapenos. Absolutely adore those. I am not a fan, personally, of a raw tomato on my burger, though. I am not a big raw tomato fan on a burger. Cold, wet, eh.
Surprise, motherfucker.
That's too far, Mabel? Oh, I'm just speaking the truth. Yo, Protac, thank you for the dear 1 year, brother. 1 year. Time flies. Thank you. Raw tomato is a must. I must rethink our relationship. Yeah, I've never been a big raw tomato fan on burgers. Just doesn't. Nah. 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 There's a lot of vegetables I'd rather put on than a raw tomato. Onions, tomato, lettuce. Definitely lettuce. Always lettuce. I like some jalapenos. If you had the right other toppings, honestly, even a pineapple, not bad. A nice, you know, And that's pineapple slice. You'd be surprised.
Marking location.
Not all the time.
North.
Not all the time.
Tagging location.
But
Cancel that. West.
you'd be surprised. Fits pretty damn well. My dad got me onto that, and I was like, all right, that's actually pretty good. At first, I was like, that sounds terrible. Why would you ruin your burger? This guy's strafing like crazy, dude. Out of ammo. That's my point, Fane. That's my point. I put a tomato on my burger and I'm just disappointed. Jesus. Yeah, Dominator not the best weapon for shooting those down. I can't, with you, get a good tomato. I mean, they don't always have good tomatoes wherever you get a burger. And it's like, I'm not, like, the thing is, I'm just not going to take a risk on the tomato. Like, the tomato is like, it feels like a 50-50 roll when you go to a burger joint. Some burger joints have some good burgers. Some do not. And you know what? I'm not going to take the risk on whether or not they actually have good tomatoes. You feel me? You smell me? I feel like I'm making some sense here. Whoa, my God, dude.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting
Well, probably shouldn't have shot at that guy. Cause now I got the whole fucking Automaton army on me! Oh, didn't reload. Classic. I hell got him.
Requesting air support.
Sub-objective nearby.
Look, I have a hack. When I travel abroad, I bring my own Heinz ketchup packets in case they don't have good ketchup.
Tagging location. Heavy. Southeast.
That's crazy.
Closer to mission completion.
They have truffle sauce? As I get older, I've been quite the fan of, you know, truffle oil. Complete overkill, but goddamn, I hate those guys. Bring your own tomato. Yeah, that sounds totally viable and not a complete overkill suggestion.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Absolutely.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Found something.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Kaboom. Shovel could be too overpowered.
Patrol. Southeast. Requesting air support.
Gotta make sure it's a little more subdued, or like small amounts for sure.
Calling down a support weapon.
Info, my man. Is there any cool changes in the last update, like 2 weeks or so? No. Usually not. Because we're getting a WARBOND so soon? No. Usually they hold back changes and patches and stuff like that until the WARBOND releases.
Requesting orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. Supplies.
Just bought the trench gun yesterday. Hell yeah. Love that thing.
Main objective
It's
near your
disgusting. It's glad they nerfed. MECHS heard they were nerfed recently. Are you MECHS?
Sending in an eagle.
You were glad they nerfed the MECHS. I don't. Wait. What? Why would you be glad they nerfed them? If they're not your thing, they're not your thing. But glad they nerfed them? They didn't nerf them. Directly. They indirectly nerfed all vehicles in a way, giving enemies more damage to them. That's a crazy thing to say. I was glad they nerfed the MECHS, so less people use them. Why does that affect you though? Is the fire shotgun still good? Haven't played it in a while. Yeah,
Never mind. West.
still quite good. It's been like slowly power crept in a way though. Cinder weapons not as powerful as they once were. The coyote now exists, which is arguably like a better version of it.
tactical asset near your location.
The Bogart kills. Well, I hear that. I don't understand what the hell you're saying. What?
Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
What the hell just ragdolled me? Yo, what up, zombie? How are you, buddy?
We've got equipment.
I think Marvelous is rage big, so I'm just gonna move the hell on. Had a bot drop, should fly down, teabag me, and they were deploying and destroy my mech, kill me today. Dude, when they do those low sweeps, that's crazy. It reminds me of Destiny. That also happened in Destiny.
Calling down objective equipment. Calling down a sentry.
Oh my god, I can't do anything. I'm just getting ragdolled. Ragdoll. 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 More ragdoll. Thank you, teammate. As always, thank you, teammate. Why was there a 500 kg landing? Oh my god, now I'm on this other map. And I just called in my extra recoilless. Brother.
Reinforcing.
Ooh, okay.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand
Okay. Okay, 3 of them? All right. I think we just W key this.
request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
And then run away! If I had my recoil, it's not that bad. Not having my recoil is kind of bad. You enjoying Pragmata? I already finished it. But yes, I really did enjoy it. And I didn't want to see anything nerfed because I don't like them. Still can't believe you said that.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Brother's wondering if it's worth buying now. Pragmata? Yeah. Very good game. I told him, girl, I'm back is creepy. It's not. And it's a you thing. I'm not running across the map for my recoil. That fucking sucks. Teammate screwed up big time.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Oh, Annie is not listening to fatherless, childless people on the internet. Annie just finds kids creepy, apparently. I just don't have anything to kill these guys.
Requesting it. Calling in reinforcement.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Ba, 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 ba. Oh, goody.
Requesting air support.
Nice.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
The Mechs could just dominate the battlefield. I didn't care for randoms running them. That's all I meant. People can still use them. Well, apparently not in your games. Especially when they're so high risk, high reward.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Outpost destroyed.
There's a new WARBOND coming with a bunch of new mechs. Hate to be in your lobby.
Threat range.
There's a ban since you might ban them. Oh,
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Attack inbound.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Calling in reinforcements.
I wouldn't use them. Okay, so maybe next time you won't be glad when they get
T-minus 10 seconds.
changed.
Landing zone.
Jesus. I still can't believe you said it. Gotta say, I do find how Japanese anime and model people in games a bit unusual. Not creepy, just odd.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
I don't know if I know what you're referring to.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
You guys don't want to finish the rest of the map? I guess not.
Calling down a support weapon.
Rare sample acquired.
Aiming at an eagle.
Bot outpost destroyed.
Dude, what is that bounce? I threw it over there. It bounced like 4 times over there. That's funny. What, so now they don't want to leave? I'm so confused. Am I going to go clear that compound or not? Alright, I'm going to go clear that compound. I don't know what these guys have planned.
Attack pack inbound. Requesting air support.
Oh, upstairs. Or is that Dominator? Good weapon. It's been a bit power crept by, like, you know, other, you know, the more recent weapons added to the game. Especially medium pen weapons that have been added. But gun still feels very good just because of all of the, high damage, high stagger.
Requesting orbital. Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Requesting air support.
Ah, they actually got in. Should be okay. The carcass is kind of in the way.
Automaton outpost.
Hopefully there's a...
Destroyer has left the squadron.
Extraction complete.
Alright, someone is no longer part of the team. Weird. Brought the lib pen against boss today. First time playing it in ages. Felt myself struggling. Need to relearn. Definitely need to sort of go for weak points because of the low damage per hit. You know what I mean? But great all-arounder, especially with the drum mag. It's hard to hate on the weapon. It just feels good. Above average good. Solid. Yeah, solid. Solid. Good. Yeah. See, I told you. When I saw this guy's loadout, I was like, dude, this guy's going to have a hard time. 8 deaths? Yeah. 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 Light armor with a fucking hammer against incendiary troopers. Only 4 stims. Yeah. Yeah. Favorites delivery carbine. Call it all around gun. New CD update. Difficulty settings. I saw SD. It's a good update. They just continue to keep doing great things. New cats, new cat armor. You got the boxes, difficulty settings. Just, it is a bit of a shame that like I've already like played like 150 hours without it. So it is a bit unfortunate, but since it seems they're pretty committed to like updating the base game, maybe in like a year or two, I'll want to go back and play it again, and then I'll be able to enjoy all those things, you know? You know, there is a bit of that like sentiment in the back of my head that's like, ah, man, if only you guys like had that from the start, you know?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
But at the end of the day, it's like, it is what it is. And, you know, I'm glad that they took that feedback that they heard about the game and they were like, okay, we can improve on that. Is it actually that much harder, though? I haven't heard anyone discuss, like, the difficulty changes. Maple, do you know how to surf, or have you ever surfed? I have surfed before. My cousin in San Diego tried to teach me, but I've only gone like twice ever. Tempted to try it out more, so you crank the difficulty. I only really play single player games, the difficulty is insane. Yeah, I don't know if it would be insane Rusted Proof Hippo. I'm sure it would be if you cranked up the difficulty hard and then you like didn't optimize your build like crazy and you went and found some more like end game bosses early in Crimson Desert. Because at the end of the day, Crimson Desert is a open world RPG, so it has the typical open world RPG problem of, well, if you optimize your build too much, the game just gets easier. It just does. And the second part is, like, if you go find if you never find an end game boss early, you may never feel that difficulty. You know what I mean?
Objective critical stratagem.
But there are plenty of bosses, even on the normal mode, that, you know, I think will impress you in terms of difficulty.
Democracy's on its way.
Enemy tactical.
There's one particular boss that's basically like a Lich King, and he gave me some trouble, man. It was like 10 deaths or so. Probably maybe not 10, probably like 5. But that was fun. That was a fun fight. I fought him fairly early on too. Some bosses don't. They literally just don't show up until later in the game. Like once you've made certain progress.
Liberty dispensed. Mission at 10 minutes remaining. Objective near your position.
I didn't even notice that.
Automaton facility destroyed.
I can't see. Oh yeah, you're doing the God of War, Give Me War, or whatever the fuck it's called. Playthrough. That's right. That's right. How you enjoying it? Sounds like you found yourself a pretty struggle bus situation.
Objective nearby.
Great game. Great game.
Objective critical stratagem available.
It's been a good time. Hell yeah. Glad to hear it.
Outpost destroyed. Automaton facility destroyed.
That's done. We'll do that at the end.
Available.
Kind of need a resupply, so I'm just gonna call it a resupply like right here.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling in a hell bomb.
Requesting air support.
Automaton outpost.
Huh, that was literally the last one. Alright. Ow. Of course it body shot me and then made me bleed immediately? Sheesh. But Wukong? Wukong's really easy, ain't he? It's definitely on the easier side of gaming.
Automaton facility.
A good story, yeah. Definitely good story. God of War just has like a crazy hard difficulty that they added, and it's hard. It's hard. Then all Bloodborns. Well, there's only one Bloodborne, and Bloodborne itself is quite difficult. I'd say it's one of the easier Souls games, I want to say. Sort of. You can't refine your build as much in Bloodborne. Bloodborne is kind of like an in-between of like Sekiro and like Elden Ring. Like where in Elden Ring you can like power scale like crazy and then just start like destroying bosses. Bloodborne, you have some amount of scaling, but it's nothing crazy. Sekiro, there's like basically no scaling. So it's you versus the bosses.
Objective nearby.
Tagging map. Southeast. Mark.
You can see that guy because of the light.
Requesting air support.
I think I just saw a 380 here. Secure is hard as fuck, yeah.
Requesting orbital.
Definitely is.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Tagging map. East. 300 meters.
We'll come back for that bioprocessor. Deal with this first.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Russ said too easy. I mean, that's just a gamer showing off. I doubt he actually said too easy.
Engaging terminal.
Like, I doubt he actually had, like, a super easy time, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Automaton facility destroyed.
But Sekiro is also one of those games that, like, once you, like, get the parry mechanic and you get very good at, like, the boss, it can look like one of the easiest games on the planet. Like, someone who's, like, very good at, like, you know, input reading and, like, dealing with the bosses, like, on speedruns and stuff like that, will make Sekiro look like one of the easiest, like, games out there in a speedrun. It's quite hilarious in that, like, in that way. Like, Sekiro is easily the hardest Souls-like game that they've made, but
Automaton outpost scrapped.
it can also look so fucking easy. Pragmata, what up, bird? Hey, with the tier 3. Appreciate you. Oh, sorry, Purdy. You're so purdy.
Sub-objective in your vicinity. Objective critical stratagem available.
You're so purdy. Let's make sure this is close enough. I don't want to do it twice.
Requesting air support.
Dark Souls 3 is a really good Dark Souls. It's definitely the best Dark Souls game.
I got the terminal. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
I don't know if I'd say best Souls like that. I think Elden Ring takes the cake for me. Although I really like Sekiro. I really like what Elden Ring brings to the table.
Calling down fortification. Dropship.
Tac pack. Inbound.
Tank went up there. That's hilarious. Oh, this is awkward. For some reason, he's turning away from me. I'll kind of take it, I guess.
Sweet liberty. My leg.
Oh, not turn away from me anymore. Reese in another Discord I'm in with Reese keeps linking all of the spoilers, like all the leaks for the Elden Ring movie. They got some pretty iconic scenes so far. Well, let me just say that. I really hope it's not just some like super like fan service movie though. I hope it's like genuinely good and they're not just like, oh, here's a bunch of cool moments that you'll remember from the games. And like, that's it.
Requesting air support.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
I hope they actually pick like a good slice of the game and make a good story about it, you know? Tempted about the Pinocchio game. Oh, dude, Liza P? Oh, go play that. You haven't played that? Oh, shit. Yeah, play that. You'll enjoy it. Especially you're like a difficulty seeker. Liza P feels on par, difficulty-wise, to a lot of Dark Souls games. I think the average boss is probably easier, or I'm just better than I was when I played. I probably am just better than I was when I was younger and playing Dark Souls games, but it's about on par. It's a game like it's like more Bloodborne adjacent as far as like combat goes. Really, I tend to prefer normal games that have insane difficulties. The game is really designed for games that are designed to be hard, if that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense. But that genuinely does not make sense to me. Hello, friend. These guys like to leave a lot of objectives. Like Cyberpunk cranked, it's like quite hard for awkward reasons until you're like high level. Uh-huh. Enjoying the mouse game? Nice. Yeah, I've heard good things. At least for me, I feel like the art style is what's kind of stopping me from wanting to play mouse game. But it looks like a good game. It's just, I don't know. I think the art style is going to get in the way for me to enjoy it. If I'm going to stare at a game for the next, you know, 20 hours, I feel like I should want to look at it, you know. I just unlocked the mini shield throwables, been trying to use them. Well, never considered using them with the HMG emplacement. They work very well with all the emplacements. They work very well on bots in general. It's like Elden Ring, and like have mechanics built in so you can get around the difficulty, master parrying, iframes, and gets a lot easier. Games that are designed to be inherently hard typically don't have those mechanics. Yeah, but that could be said about basically every game. Like, you're playing God of War right now. Like, you can make God of War a hell of a lot easier for yourself by using berries and certain items, over leveling.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
It's the same thing, but in Elden Ring, if you like, nah, I don't understand what you're talking about, Hippo. It's kind of redundant. Because everything you just described is present in God of War. They just have difficulty scaling where Elden Ring doesn't. You decide the difficulty scaling in Elden Ring as you play through it. Because you can choose to use summons or not. You can choose to rush bosses or farm souls, essentially doing side content. I think I made myself really redundant. Yeah, I just... Because like everything you described, I'm like, those are all present in God of War, though. That's what makes difficulty, or a satisfying difficulty, right? Is overcoming the difficulty by mechanical skill. You know, I think he said he prefers games not built around difficulty, like Cyberpunk, has difficulty setting. Other games built around difficulty, like Elden Ring. So no, I get his sentiment, but I'm like, But why? You know? Because they'll result in basically the same thing, other than the fact that some games not built around difficulty have like jankiness in high difficulties that are just it's just not good, right? Like a game that is built around difficulty tends to be more satisfying when you overcome the difficulty than a game that just has a high difficulty modifier. Because there's lots of games that have difficulty modifiers that are like, boost the health rate by 300%, and you deal 10% of the original amount of damage. And it just turns everything to a bullet sponge, and it's just like, that's not fun, though. Is it more difficult? Yeah, but it's not like a good difficult, because there's like good and bad difficulties, and I find games that are actually designed around difficulty tend to be more enjoyable difficulties about overcoming something rather than having the patience to whittle down enemies that are just overly buffed, you know? So it depends. Like some games just have better difficulty. Like give me God of War in the God of War is not one of those like lazy difficulty settings, right? They definitely put time into making it a good difficulty experience, right? But some games are like lame as hell, bro. Like Windrose, for instance, the difficulty setting is literally just give the enemies more HP, you deal less damage, you take more damage. That's it. And it's like, that's kind of lame. That's kind of lame. I got kicked. All right, dude. But like some games, like making enemies more bullet spongy, it depends on the context of the game. So like a game like Borderlands or a game like Cyberpunk, you don't really mind that the enemies get more bullet spongy because it's kind of the point of the game is to optimize your build and do more damage, right? Same with like Path of Exile, right? It's a numbers game, and the difficulty comes from you being able to design a better build to do more damage, right? So it definitely depends on what kind of game you're playing. Like what kind of tools does the game give you to optimize? It's those lame difficulties I get enjoyment from. Make me feel like a little bitch trying to make it through impossible boss counters. Yeah, but you could do that in Elden Ring, right? It's just go fight Melania early game, you know what I mean? But it's like designed better. Like I don't find it fun at all to just like throw myself at a boss that like, you know, takes me 10 minutes to kill because I do no damage. I don't find that enjoyable at all. But all right, I see your preference, Hippo. I get it. You like this like awkward difficulty. You like what I dislike about those like awkward difficulties. I hate going and playing the like the lame difficulty settings. Like the best difficulty settings that I find in video games tend to be unique mechanics for that difficulty, giving you less, right, to work with sometimes. So like in Elden Ring, not using a summon. Yeah, that's good difficulty scaling for me. And then the last one would be like more enemies, having to juggle more things, basically. Those are like the top ones. Or like having to do a mechanic. So like Pragmata has the hacking mechanic. So it's not just like, you know, third person shooting. It's third person shooting with a good hacking mechanic, right? To throw a nice like wrench into it. It was very fun. And I'm sure it's very, very hard on Lunatic difficulty. God, see, now I don't like that accurate. That sounds miserable.
Galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
That sounds so miserable. But I'm sure some people out there will like it. If I can make a 40-hour game last 200 hours because I'm up against impossible odds, give it to me. But like, you could do that with all those Souls games, right? You can make Elden Ring like a 40 to 60-hour game, or you can make it a 200-hour game with self-restrictions, right? If you just kind of restrict yourself in certain ways, you can make it incredibly hard. That's why people do the rune level 1. That's why people do like certain weapon archetypes. That's why some people do like rushing the DLC in Elden Ring to make it spicy. Also 70% less melee damage. Dude, that sounds terrible. It's just randomized. It's definitely randomized modifiers. Sorry, something's in my throat.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
I play solo mostly, and one of the strategy modifiers is split up. You have to separate, otherwise no health regen, and I can't split up from bots. You basically have to disable the bots, I guess, at that point. Darktide had Rotten Armor event. Only armored enemies, carapace hordes. That game's not made for that kind of abuse. I mean, see, I see that as a challenge to make a build that's like amazing versus carapace enemies. You know what I mean? Because you can do that in Darktide, because the game gives you a lot of tools to be like anti-armor, you know? So like you said that, and I immediately started thinking of all the different like modifiers that you could put on yourself to deal big damage to them, and the different classes that would be really good against it. It's a combat scenario, right? Like it's a combat challenge. You can't disable bots and stratagems. Oh. That's fucking dumb. That's pretty ridiculous. Me no deck marine, me no numbers. When's the ogre marine showing up?
Innocence perishes in an instant second. We must act.
Love me some tea in the morning. Greetings to everybody, and to the rage-baiting typo in the stream's title.
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Synchronized.
The typo from trailer is there again. I think what I did was I copy and pasted the start of streams yesterday's. And I changed my title midway through yesterday for the game we played. Fuck game did we play yesterday? Brain. It's the TV show, The Expanse. We played the beta yesterday. It came out. It was pretty fucking good, dude. It was pretty fucking good. I was pretty fucking happy. It just needs some refinement, but I think that game's gonna slap. I can see it. I foresee it in my mind's eye. I think that game's gonna slap. It just, it needs some time to cook. Let them cook. Let them cook. Chat? Let them cook. Feels like the game focuses to run grenade vet. What cracks? Not all classes have access to deal with like the amounts thrown at you. I mean, I disagree. There's quite a few weapons in the game that roll with very good anti-armor perks, you know, like on weapons and stuff like that. Like, I feel like every class has something, like, that they can use quite effectively. I don't think every class is as good as every other class. I would probably agree with you there. Some classes are just better, you know, like... Why is your light not on? Ugh. Hi, Margot. Fast track balance has never been superb. I'll be honest, I feel like their job is more or less, you know, impossible though, as far as balance. There's so much shit going on in that game, I would never expect, like, true balance. There's too many layers to that game. I would not look at it as a game that is balanced. I would more look at it as like a game that's fun to play, and that they continuously do balance changes to keep things interesting. So you're not just using the same builds all the time. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's just too much shit going on in Darktide for me to feel like they're ever truly gonna find a good balance for everything. So many weapons and then skill levels as well. Getting somewhere, so now that there's like 4 characters with good anti-characteristics. Yeah, like I think that event could be like really annoying for some people though, that don't want to change up their build. But I think that event for like all those carapace enemies is like, you know, it's interesting to some people because it's like, it's a combat problem, right? It's like Hulk Surge in Helldivers, right? It's not designed as a difficulty option to be like, oh yeah, you could bring any stratagem in the game to come deal with Hulk Surge. No, Hulk Surge is designed to be a combat problem for you to, you know, make a build that works well against that. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, right? They're on purpose, like, giving you something interesting to build towards, right? A predictable enemy. Yeah, man? You know, and it's limited time, so it's not like, you know, you're gonna have to deal with it all the time.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Was there another turret next to me? I didn't even see. What the fuck?
Package! Dropping package! Heavy, northeast. Dropping a pin, southwest. 100 meters.
I might have gotten YouTube drama brain rot. Oof. Tier 10? Yeah, top right at him. It's like, what's the phrase? Different strokes for different folks.
Package, fire!
You know, not everybody's gonna enjoy certain things, but I think if you look through it from a certain lens or a certain angle, you'll see the purpose or the intent behind the decision. You know what I mean? But like, sometimes it's just not for you. You know what I mean? Like, it won't make you interested to play said encounter, right? And that's totally normal, right? It is what it is. Like we were just talking about with Hippo. I don't like the dumb combat difficulty settings that are just like you deal less damage, they take more damage. And then let's multiply that effect by like 3 times. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't find that very fun. Bye, Accurate. Have a good one, dude. I don't find those fun usually. It's very like I have to find the base gameplay really fun for me to want to do that.
Tagging map. Southwest, 100 meters.
But there ain't no way I'm gonna plink down an enemy. I really should go get my shit down there. It's because I'll be useless for the next 3 minutes. Nah, you're good. Keep going. You're good, dude. I just used my push to talk from deadlock. I'm so deadlock pilled. Oh my god. Oh, I have to reload. That's awkward. Scorcher problems. Playing deadlock? I'm in. Alright, log in, Reese. If you log in, I'll log in. That's fucked up. Hey. Can't say the things like that, dude.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Speaking of deadlock, you're the reason I started to get back into MOBAs. What MOBA are you playing right now? You playing some Dota? What are you playing?
Additional reinforcements.
What's your drug of choice? Oh my god, I think that's the laser shirt that killed me. You know, despite me loving Darktide, skill trees make my head hurt. Can't build craft for the life of me. Eh, just practice.
Heavy. On my position.
L Maplewood. Now I'm sad in a truck. Sorry, bro. When you get home, let me know. We'll play some games. Deadlock a bit. Starting to learn and download League yesterday. Oof. Okay, I didn't want you to play League. I wanted you to play Deadlock. Okay, bro. Because Deadlock is fantastic. League is puke.
Thank you. Heavy. West. Close.
Why is my sniper rifle not zoomed in there? Stop moving your eye. Stop it. Okay. All my friends are dead. This team is having a bit of a struggle bus. This pre-Overwatch Heroes of Storm. I watched a fair... Oh, fuck. I watched a fair bit of Heroes of Storm. Never actually played it myself, so I can't really comment on it. I think my 120 did not hit its mark. It's sad. Well, let's come back.
Objective critical stratagem available.
What's the news, diver? Where is war going? That's an arrowhead question. I don't know. Me dive. Me shoot thing. Me no think. You guys like low level or something? No, just having a particularly bad game, I guess. What the fuck? Yeah. I guess I'm just soloing this game. Until I get one shot by something dumb. This is definitely one of those maps that I hate fighting on just because I can't see anything half the time. I wouldn't mind this map being so hard to see on. If it was like during like just the rainy parts that you can't see, but the average moment-to-moment gameplay on this planet, you can't see. The fuck? Oh, I think that factory shredder finally walked over to us. The hell just sniped me. Yeah. That's annoying as hell. I think I might have to go kill him because doing it might be really annoying. Yep. Alright, I have to go kill him. I have to go kill that factory shredder. He's just gonna sit up there sniping at us, destroying the things that we're holding. Can we request meme songs? No. Please don't. Please respect our ears.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Oh, I didn't realize the turrets. I couldn't see them, bro. As soon as they shot, I was like, well, I'm dead, I guess. Fuck, man. I'm AFK for 2 minutes. Do you do Arc Raiders tutorials? Yeah, go check out my YouTube channel. They were for like very early on, not recent stuff. Would you consider CPR a meme song? What do you mean, like I don't know what you mean by like the procedure to do CPR to resuscitate someone? Let me just show you. I mean, maybe just not. If you have to ask, yes. Yeah, that's a good statement. If you have to ask, yes.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Calling down a support weapon. Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
But Adam, blueprints are pretty straightforward. Just basically just go to a map event like Hurricane and stuff like that, and just do the caches or like, yeah, loot containers of that particular type of item that you want. Blueprints are just very random though. Just play the game and you'll get them over time. Just play the game like you normally would, and you'll get them.
Package acquired.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Reinforcing.
AC Black Flag is at 12 p.m. What do you mean AC Black Flag was at 12 p.m.?
Request approved.
Like, is there some kind of reveal event?
Dropping package.
What's your stance on the Mech controversy in the new WARBOND? What's the Mech controversy? See, the reason I have to ask Trav is because this fucking community loves to complain about everything, so there's like 6 different things that come to my mind that you could be talking about, and I'm just like, okay, which one? There's a reveal? Oh, okay, cool. I might not be live at noon, but I'm looking forward to it. I really liked Black Flag. It's easily my favorite Assassin's Creed game. People don't like that they're in a WARBOND. More news at 11. Things that people want that are in a WARBOND, they always hate. This is not the first time. This won't be the last time. The game is monetized, so they can continue to update the game. More news at 11. At the end of the day, if you really want it, and you don't want to spend money, just go farm super credits.
Enemy patrolling package.
Like,
Dropping a pin. Requesting 200 meters.
like everything you specifically want just can't be free, right? But then like everybody else has to pay for the things that they want. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like people are just equating like, well, 2 years ago we got mechs for free, so thus it should be free now. But it's like, guys, it's been 2 years. We've gotten other vehicles that are free, but not all of them are, right? Like that's just, it is what it is at the end of the day, right?
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
We get so much shit that's free in this game. It's just like, and on top of that, WARBONDs can be effectively free.
Drop ship. Affirmative. Reinforcing.
I feel like it's a bit of like a, like I said, it's like what I want should be free, but everything else, oh, that's fine to be in a WARBOND. If you want that thing in the WARBOND, nah, that should be free. That should be in a WARBOND. But it's like, that's just because you want, what the hell? That's just because you want the thing. So thus, you want it to be free. It'd be nice if everything was free, but that's not how life works, bro. That's not how video games work.
Objective near your position.
I'm just getting bullied right now. Every turret on the map is just shooting at me. Aren't there like 3 mechs in a WARBOND? Seems like a good deal if you like mechs. It's 2, but yeah.
Requesting orbital strike.
Like,
Requesting tac pack.
I hate to be that guy, but like, it's at the end of the day, it's a business, and they do need to convince people to buy things in order to fund the game. Because if nobody buys things, they can't fund the game in the current state, right? Like adding a lot of stuff per year for free, right? Doing constant MOs and adding new factions and new biomes and so on and so forth, right? Like
Heavy. Southwest.
doing a new WARBOND every month, right?
Objective critical strategy.
So
Liberty dispensed.
I don't know. It's a bit of a ridiculous controversy, I think, also, just because it's like, it's been 2 years plus. We should kind of understand at this point that, like, we're gonna get stuff for free, and we're gonna get some stuff as war bonds, but effectively war bonds can be free depending on, you know, how much you play and if you're willing to do, you know, target farming for SC, like.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Did you play Armored Core 6? Nah, I watched a fair bit of it though. You want free war bond? I don't know. Depends on how good the stuff is in it. People do want another free war bond, but at the end of the day, like, we technically get a free war bond over time, right? Like, that's the thing, is that, like, everybody just wants everything for free. And then I, like, yeah, absolutely. But, like, what's realistic? I do think that, like, eventually doing, like, some kind of, like, free war bond, if, like, the player population drops, you know, to bring people back in, but it really hasn't happened. And they've been adding so much free content that, like, we've effectively gotten a free war bond.
You have been a stalwart line of
You know?
extract when ready. Tac pack inbound.
I don't know. You have to save and not inherently buy every war bond. I do think some people run into that, probably. Maybe they feel forced, or I think the completionist mindset maybe messes with some people, maybe. That they need to own everything from every war bond and everything in the superstore, and, you know, if they don't play enough or farm enough, maybe they shouldn't do that, especially if they're not willing to pay for things.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Should be a bit pickier with what they pick and what they don't pick. They're gonna make super credits easier to get outside of farming, you think? I mean, I think it is easy enough outside of farming. Farming is just makes it ridiculously easy. I do think that they probably should make it easier to get in tier 10. But if you're playing on like a level 6 or a 7, like, I don't know, super crits are really easy to get. For the most part. There's some planets that just don't have very much. Like POIs and stuff like that, which is annoying. There's so many of these base turrets on this map, dude. It's kind of ridiculous. I think some of the new maps I mean, I see hurt a little. Yeah, for sure. Like Cybersand, for instance, like that sucked. Big butt cheeks, right? Like, I criticized that as well. I thought that was dumb of them to do it like that. Like, Cybersand seemed pretty sparse. It wasn't just sparse. There literally wasn't SC spawns, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't think you could get an SC spawn on that map.
Outpost destroyed.
And before someone from Reddit shows up, no, I don't think they maliciously thought of that. I think it was just an oversight. Because we've gotten plenty of other biomes that have had the POIs, and this is the first POI that's like literally just had no SC on it. So before someone starts like the Reddit tinfoil hat, you know, conspiracy theories out, like, relax. Especially since after yesterday we had so many conspiracy theories. The devs hate vehicles, so that's why mechs suck. They said it. Okay, show me. Show me. Show me where they said that. Oh, well, I can't find it, but here's all the other problems. It's like, brother. I want to say that happened on Super Earth initially. No, it was a bug. There were vaults that you couldn't open. Once they fixed that, mega cities became one of the better spots to get super credits. Their defense, conspiracy theorists genuinely were on a roll recently. I don't know if it's just like more recently or not, but man, I feel like I'm seeing more conspiracy theories than I ever have been in the past. Like ever since COVID, I feel like it's been ramping. Is it just me? Or maybe I'm just like coming across them more often. Maybe it's just like the my side of the algorithm. I'm seeing more of them pop up, but
Reinforcements on the way.
Arrowhead devs don't listen to the community, aka me. If they listen to someone else, they're not listening to me, you know? During COVID, I started to get into Flat Earth, meaning watching debates. Have you ever watched Cyman Dan, I think it is? I get his videos recommended to me occasionally. They're pretty funny. They're pretty funny. It's basically just a dude like reacting to flat earther content and just telling them how fucking stupid they are. Essentially rage baiting them, but like, you know, basically explaining the things that they're questioning and stuff. It's great content. A lot of them, what you see is the Dunning-Kruger effect, if I pronounced it right, where they're, you know, they're actually too dumb to realize how dumb they are. The stupidity has blinded them effectively. They're so dumb, they think they're smart and they're cooking. But then, obviously, some of them are just grifters, right? They could just make a living lying to people all day. Some of them probably know that they're, you know, being silly, being dumb. But, you know, it's a way to make a living. One of my friends did become, like, a QAnon believer. Oh, God. QAnon. That was a crazy conspiracy theory. I can't believe so many people listen to some anonymous person on fucking Facebook of all places. That was wild. Epog. What up, Epog enjoyers? Yo. Epog. Yo. Hi. The best part, they were right about the cabal of pedos, yeah. Aside from the fact of who was the pedos. A little bias on that one. The Dunning-Kruger effect is probably one of my favorite, like, pastimes to find on the internet. Just identifying it in people. Hey, Donna. How was the stream? How was the epogging? AMR one-shots Hulks? Yep. But in closer ranges, it loses damage at distance. I didn't even need... Dude, they need to add back the timer sound for the drop ship. They removed it, I'm assuming by accident, at one point, and they just haven't added it back. They need to add it back, bro. I'm just shooting things, and I've played this game so much that, like, I'm just shooting things, reading chat, and I'm listening for the timer, right? Like, I'm not looking to see what my teammates are doing. I'm at that point of the game. I don't care what they're doing. Like, so if they jump in the dropship and they don't say anything, like, I'm not listening. Didn't even know the shuttle landed. I did. I heard the shuttle land. I just... The funny thing is I play this game in so many different languages. I often don't listen to the announcer saying that someone's gotten in. Because obviously I'm shooting my gun, they're shooting their gun. It's just like, I'm not paying attention to that. And I'm having a conversation. It's just like, just add back the, you know, the beeping sound when, you know, the timer is low. You know, please. Please, just put it back. It was there for so long.
Welcome back.
How long has it been gone? 2 months? I want to say it was like 2 months ago. It was removed by accident. I think it was the Illuminate update. The Illuminate mechs being added. So about like 2 months? Month? Whatever it is. Luna, as you can see, is being an absolute cutie pie. She's a very sleepy kitten. She's on her heated blanket. She's stretched out. She's doing the teardrop shape right now. Maybe later she'll do the Cinnabon. They hopefully know by now. They might not. It's one of those small things that they might not know about, or maybe they do know, but it's like not a priority. There's the shrimp. Oh yeah, I see the shrimp. I see the shrimp. Also, I noticed that you removed the on Twitch part of your username. Yeah, dude, I removed it from playing because I've been playing Deadlock and it uses your Steam name. I removed it because I felt like people were targeting me and talking shit because I had Twitch in my name. So I'm like, dude, I don't want to deal with that shit. and I don't have it in me to like constantly add on Twitch back into my name. Maybe it's some insanely intricate fix. I doubt it's an intricate fix. I bet it's probably just like they have a lot of things to do and it's like adding a sound back for that is probably pretty low priority, which is, you know, pretty fair. It particularly, you know, annoys me that it's not there, but, you know, it's fine. From what I've seen, Deadlock folk really don't like streamers. I think that's just an internet thing. That's like just in general. I swear.
What about here? Here?
It's funny because a lot of people just put TTV in their names as a meme. Get a Maple Leaf VTube model? Oh god. I'm not a VTuber. I will nap now. Talk to you later. Bye, Donna. Thank you again for the raid. Very kind of you. Appreciate you. Donna is the poggiest person in the community. Speaking of which, I should epog it up. In their honor, we will epog it up. Posted in the chat every match, telling people to check your name. I mean, that's what Tony does. My friend Tony. His name is Twitch_live_TTV or something like that. Like that's literally his name, and it's literally just to fuck with people. And the amount of people that get baited by it is pretty funny. Like they start shit talking Tony, even though like he's not actually streaming. Like they're literally, oh my god, another streamer in my game, you know, like shit like that. They say some dumb shit. I'm like kind of stuck here.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Tac inbound. Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters. Requesting tac pack.
Wait, the EPOG person I see on TikTok? Yes. EPOG.
Calling down a support weapon.
Every time I say it, I think of Wally.
Reinforcing.
Objective nearby.
To be fair, I hate it when streamers are in my games too. Fuck. You must hate all yikes though, dude. They're all streamers. Yikes is a streaming community, remember. Don't get it twisted. Oh, good. An armored Strider variant. I'm gonna die. Oh! Barely dodged that.
Calling in a hell bomb.
I think I one shot him, hit him in the eye, even though I couldn't see the eye. Let's go. Open up my Google News feed, and it's an AI summary of the Loadout video.
Hell bomb
What?
armed.
What new video?
Automaton out.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100 meters.
While fans are eager for new gear, some are voicing concern over placing mechs behind a premium paywall instead of traditional community major orders. Wow.
Dropship.
Always drama. Always drama.
Orbital inbound. Tagging out. South. Far. Calling down a vehicle.
Arrowhead is doing the unthinkable and Helldivers too. I'm so tired of it, dude. I feel like it's not it like if there's anything that's gonna stop me from playing Helldivers, it's not gonna be the game. It's literally just gonna be the community. I'm just eventually gonna get tired of all like the rage baiting and like complaining.
At the terminal. Engaging terminal.
It's exhausting to deal with on a daily basis.
Dropship. Freedom forever.
Like there's just it's literally constant. When there is something to complain about, they will find something to complain about. All the bugs and tentacles are more exhausting. Are they though? Like, which ones? Like I play this game on a daily basis. What are you talking about?
Calling down a support weapon.
Like I feel like if that stuff is really exhausting, take a break. You're probably burnt out. Flesh mobs? How so? They die so easily now, I don't really think about them. Enemies clipping through terrain, glitch objectives, desync dead bodies. Yeah, that's... I would recommend taking a break from the game, my dude.
Tactical asset near your position.
Some amount of that will just always be Helldivers, right? Like, it's like getting stuck in the ground. I don't think they'll ever truly fix that. I think that is just part, like, some games just have some amount of jank, and I don't think it'll ever change. Enemies like pathing into walls and stuff like that. That's just kind of like procedural generation kind of stuff. Unfortunately. But does it really affect gameplay? Not really. So much shank, it adds up. Like, for flesh mobs, for instance, it's only on like certain planets and stuff like that. And it's like, you talk like you're always fighting flesh mobs. You know what I mean? I don't think I've shot at a flesh mob in over a month. You know what I mean? Like, the way you guys talk is that, like, it's a constant issue that you're constantly dealing with that bothers the shit out of you. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. It's only when you're fighting flesh mobs. And even then, it doesn't happen every mission or actually affect gameplay.
Dropping a pin. East. Far.
Right? Flesh mobs always clip through city terrain, which is like every limited map. Yeah, but they don't, like, it doesn't actually affect my gameplay. It affects my immersion.
Objective located.
Right? Sure, like seeing that, but like, does it really matter? Like, yeah, ultimately, I'd love to see it fixed too, but like, is it really something to get mad about? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand being mad about something so like insignificant. I'm more like, it's annoying when like they go underneath the ground and they can hit you. That one I get annoyed by in like the defense mission. But them just like phasing through like a building. No. Because it just reminds me of like playing Left 4 Dead 2 and the tank doing it too, right? Like, I feel like it doesn't matter what game you play. The more you play it, the more you're gonna realize you're gonna see these things, right? Like, I go play Left 4 Dead 2 and I can see similar issues, right? Like, it's just, but it's like, do I choose to focus on that kind of stuff? If I played Left 4 Dead 2 for like 3,000 hours, I'd probably be as mad at you about it. But it's like, at a certain point, I feel like you just get so burnt out, or you just played a game so much that all you can do is focus on the negative. And I think this community has so much of that. I don't know, guys. Like, Remind, was the escalator toned down a peg? What do you mean? Like recently? No. They haven't touched anything. Flesh mobs got multiple arms. They can climb and don't go through walls. They climb up. Sorry, what? Are you just asking? Are you talking about a solution? Yeah, maybe.
Calling in orbital strike.
I feel like it's so easy for gamers to get burnt out in a game and not realize they're burnt out. And just focus on the negative. Like, they forget why they were playing the game in the first place, like what they enjoyed about it, or because they played the gameplay loop so much that it's just not as enjoyable as it once was, because gameplay loops become less enjoyable over time. So all they do is they focus on like the things that they don't like about a game, and like that's what leads to burnout, right? And when I talk to a lot of people about Helldivers, that's often what's going on. It's like inconsequential things that don't really matter that much. Sure, they can be annoying at like sometimes, but it's like, dude, a flesh mob that goes into a wall is not that big of a deal. They come right back out.
Orbital inbound.
And if you like die to one, like it's all good. You got 20 revives, bro. But also, you could just like not fight flesh mobs. Like, if it really bothers you that much, there are plenty of people that just don't fight bugs, so they don't like fighting bugs. That can just be an option for you, or just take a break because it sounds like you're really mad about something like that. It's okay. It's all right to take a break. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not like abandoning the game. I mean, the community just isn't burnt out. They criticize stuff that hasn't even come out yet. That is burnt out, though. I think that comes out with being burnt out. I think that is it's a common gamer trait. Just turn out difficulty, huh? I never once said that. But I see you didn't listen to anything I just said, and now you're just rage baiting. So I'm just gonna move on. Good talk. Nice. You just keep being mad in life, brother. Enjoy. Yeah, and Michael, where does the word difficulty happen to be in that statement at all, bud? YouTube chatters, dude, YouTube chatter is something else. I think it's all the YouTube content that is just rage baiting them. It's crazy. They're all burnt out.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting orbital.
How do you not play against flesh without lowering the difficulty? Oh god.
Calling in
You're baiting me, right? You should know the game well enough.
Allied destroyer joining squadron.
Come on, man. Please stop rage baiting me. See? Chat, wasn't I just talking about this 10 minutes ago? The thing that's going to stop me from playing this game is not going to be the game. It's going to be the people that play it. Come on, man. Well, first off, you can play against the new faction of Illuminate. They literally don't even have flesh mobs in them. You can play tier 10 and play against the arbitrators all day and not fight flesh mobs. That's the reason why I've been playing against Illuminate and just not dealing with flesh mobs. Do flesh mobs bother me? No. Yeah, they occasionally go into the wall, but does it actually affect my gameplay? Not really. It just looks janky. But I just play against the mechs, the arbitrators. Honestly, more fun and difficulty anyways. Regular Illuminate missions are too easy and they're boring to me, so I don't play against them. Second thing is, there's two other factions that you can play against, right? Even if there's an Illuminate MO, you're not forced to play the MO. You can go play whatever you want. Like I said, there are people that just go play bugs or go play bots, and that's the only faction they play against. Maybe you'd be best suited in that situation if that really bothers you. Because the other factions don't really have phasing through walls nearly as much.
calling in reinforcements.
Avoid city maps. Avoid colony maps. I like the jump scare of a flesh mod coming barreling out of building. It would be nice if they could like destroy the building, so they just make the jank into a feature, I guess. They could do that. That could be a thing.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300 meters.
But yeah, as a streamer of this game, man, it's just a daily occurrence. It's really hard to, you know, like, not be the punching bag, but like have to be the absorber, like a sponge of all the negativity. It's exhausting.
Requesting orbital.
Like I'll wake up in the morning and be like, I'm gonna play some Helldivers today. I have to play some Helldivers today. And it's not because I don't like the game. I love the game. But it's just like, I have to soak up all like the negative, you know, the new thing that everybody's complaining about today in Helldivers. It's just like, Jesus Christ. There's another one. It's exhausting. But it comes with the job. It is what it is.
Calling down fortification.
I don't know why my teammate was standing underneath the... Oh, that's why. Get a hell bomb.
Liberty dispensed.
Hot. East.
If I streamed, I'd crash out of people too often. It takes a lot of self-control not to, man. And I'm not perfect. That guy was getting to me. You know, it's hard to like... It's really hard. And it's like, it's really easy to... I wanted to shoot that guy, but he ran right in front of him. It's really easy to just say, well, just ignore them, but it's like... That's ignoring part of your chat, and also just like... There's like this inner irk of... If I ignore them, someone in chat might read that and agree with them and then start spreading that, and then I'm gonna see it more if I don't say anything. You know? Like it's hard for me to just accept that like people are just gonna say like things like that. It's just like I feel like I have to say something. They're cancer. I don't know if I'd say they're cancer, but it's debilitating. It gives me burnout. But it's like gaming culture nowadays, though. So much negativity.
Calling down a support weapon.
Your mods are chemo.
200 meters.
That's why I talked to you about Marathon Shotgun. I saw you posted it in Discord. I didn't get the opportunity to watch the video, though. What'd they change about the Marathon Shotgun? I think you asked, am I willing to go back and play before the wipe? Probably not. I'll just play the wipe. I feel like I don't know. I'll just wait for the wipe and play then. You just address it and like show them the way out. Yeah, but then I turn into that content creator that just bans anyone who doesn't like... The problem with that is that it creates a narrative, because it creates a narrative that like I just ban and time out people I don't agree with from their perspective, right? Because they won't see it from my side of like, dude, I'm just exhausted hearing this opinion over and over again. Please stop. Like, they won't hear it from my side. They're just going to see it as like, oh, that guy's just an arrowhead shill who bans anyone who doesn't agree with them, right? Like, it's just like, oh, fuck. Like, it's just a lose-lose situation, right? If I respond to them, I lose. If I ignore them, I lose. If I try to respond to them and then, like, get rid of them, like, avoid the conversation, I lose. Like, dude. I lose. It's fucked.
Heavy. Northeast.
The only thing I could do in that situation to like quote unquote win is to just agree with them and then hope they stop. But the problem is if you do that, you turn into one of those content creators that you ever gone into like a Twitch chat or YouTube chat and all they're doing is complaining. Like, I'm sure you've seen it before.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I don't want the channel to turn into that, man.
Calling down fortification.
Always have different opinions, just better to ignore. Yeah. Yeah, I just...
I got the terminal.
I wish it was just opinions and not complaining. But unfortunately, the two tend to overlap. My dad said it in a good way. I'm not trying to convince them, Annie. I'm more or less trying to convince the person that might be listening that might agree with that person, right? So the way my dad phrased it was sometimes he responds to comments in comment sections for like things, you know, that he's watched, and he just scrolls down and he looks at a comment. It's like, and it's like very much like, you know, a bad opinion or fake news or anything like that. And he'll reply, you know, correcting the person, but then like the person will reply and then he'll reply back like, that reply to your comment was not for you. It was for the person that is going to read your dumb comment and maybe think you are onto something. You're cooking. You know? And if I don't do anything, it'll just become worse. My chat will just be a lot of that. Like... It's not that easy, Annie. Because usually the conversation isn't just about one thing. It's a bit of unfortunate because like I like to have conversations with people. And that's the reason why I really like streaming, is just having conversations about things. So I get kind of, that's why I call it baiting, is because a lot of the time it'll start off as a conversation that I might enjoy, but it just turns into something that's like not a good conversation anymore midway through, because you either, you know, start to get the sense that they're not being genuine, or it's coming from some other thing. You know, it's like they're mad about something else. Like, I'm looking for good conversations constantly, and that's why I talk to them. Issues, you get one guide and then you snap. The thing is that like I don't mind getting one guide. I don't mind it at all. It's more or less who's one guiding me, and that's impossible to know in the moment. Cause like, using your logic, Annie, I would just like have no conversation in my channel. I would just be too afraid to have any conversation because I might get one guide. Yo, Tim Tam, thank you for tier 1 11 months. Welcome back, brother. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Orbital inbound.
I agree, Preach. And I think that's why a lot of the time my response to these people is that I think there's too much like black and white conversation going on. That's weird. I actually just crashed. It's been a long time since I crashed. It's just so polarizing. People don't have like a middle ground anymore. There's no nuance in conversation. It's like you either hate something or you love something. You can't just be like, yeah, this kind of sucks, but it's not that big of a deal. Like the flesh mob thing, you know? Yeah, it sucks. I do wish they would fix it or find some solution to it, but you know, I would assume at this point, it's probably not that easy of a solution, or they would have done it. It's probably a lot more work, which would mean they would have to, you know, sacrifice other parts of the game in order to fix it. So, kind of is what it is. Just kind of, doesn't bother me that much.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Game crash, all bad opinions validated. Fucking hate this game. Piece of shit.
Nothing stand in the way of liberty.
But it's like even a game crash. Like my game will crash like maybe once every 40 hours, maybe.
Action when ready.
But it's like, did that bother me? No, because I just rejoined. It was like 15 seconds of my life. Now, if there wasn't a rejoin feature, like, yeah, that would fucking blow.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
But I just rejoin and I keep going on with my day, yeah. If I was crashing like, you know, way more often, like maybe every 10 hours or less, yeah, I'd be pretty, you know, annoyed by that, right? And I was previously when the game was doing that, right? Ooh, didn't hear him.
T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Depends on the number of crashes. I'll never assume I will never crash. Yeah. In the video, they tested the slug mod, 3-shot mod, gold attachment's called. Okay. So it can't 2-shot blue shield, which is good. I like that. I was gonna say, unfortunately, the slug mod and the 3-shot mods are pretty prevalent. I do kind of wish you just couldn't maybe use those. Somebody has ammo, he does. Relies on headshots. I mean, that's good. I don't think headshots are the hardest thing to get when you're that close to someone, but
Reinforcements on the way.
just like Godin argue with it. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I can argue with Godin all day, all night. He's not being disingenuous. He's not, like, talking down to me. You know, he's not being, like, a shitbag. He's not being negative on purpose. I do know that he's arguing on purpose. Godin loves to play devil's advocate. But, like, that's why I like talking to Godin. Right? Because I can have a good conversation with him. I will argue with Godin all fucking day. He can one-guy me all day. Love that guy. It's like some people you run into, it's just like, it's not a good conversation. And it's usually that's when like I end the conversation. Yeah. Nobody likes talking to Godin? I like talking to Godin. I love that guy. I can't tolerate Godin. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to tolerate him.
Seconds, clear landing zone.
Kloss, you know you can't really talk about someone's skill, right? At video games. It's because I'm OP. Sarcasm, by the way. Oh, God. 15 meters with both mods, purple shields, 3 shots to the body, 35% HP. That's good. Those are good changes, Octavius. Like, I think the shotgun will still be good early game, but in the late game, hopefully it won't be so prevalent. I think that'll make a big difference. Like I don't want to see the shotgun in Marathon be like useless. I still want it to be like good and deadly, but it was just everywhere, man. Literally everywhere. It became like I just always had one on, or I always assumed the enemy had one, so I didn't push certain angles, just, you know, just assuming they had it. Because if I didn't have one my own, like, it sucked. And it would just turn into like it felt like a coin flip of if I was gonna win or not in those fights, which is not very fun. People in Godin would have arguments about random shit for days. But the thing is that they weren't arguments. They were literally just discussions. Like, I don't think Godin would classify as an argument. I wouldn't classify as an argument. We just talk about shit. Back and forth. That's why we got along so well. That's usually why they're like bad niche in games. Yeah, shotguns are just so hard to balance in like any game. It doesn't matter if it's a PvE game or a PvP game. They're so hard to balance. Why are you guys rage banning Annie? Stop it. She's gonna like have a dream about Bonnie or now or some shit, and then she's gonna blame it on me.
Are you ready, Helldiver?
She's gonna wake up. She's gonna be like, Maple, I dreamt about you with Bonnie. How could you do this to me? Then she's gonna have like shower thoughts about it. Man, who the fuck is this Bonnie? It's all gonna be your fault, chat. All your fault. PvP shotgun is easy to balance as long as you aggressively tune the fall off spread. That's easy to say, but if you do that, shotguns actually end up being like very useless in a lot of PvE situations. Because why would you use a shotgun when you could just use like an AR and, you know, have way more distance, right? Because like a shotgun doesn't feel very good when you can only shoot it like 15 meters in front of you and do damage, right? And then if you give it like decent range, then it starts to compete with SMGs, right? And then what's the point of using an SMG when you just use shotgun? It requires less aim. It's actually a lot more difficult than you think. Like Helldivers ran into that problem, right? Shotguns had too much range and they were very easy to use. So like they instantly became like the ultimate weapon. And also it's a shotgun, so it's a horde killing game. They tend to be pretty fucking good. But nobody wants to use automatic weapons. So then they have to bring up like automatic weapons quite a bit, but then like shotguns still, you know, dominate in a lot of ways. So they had to add more aggressive, you know, drop off, but then they start to not feel as good. So then the only shotguns that people are using are the incendiary shotguns, because then they technically have infinite range, and it's like, woo. It's not easy. Because shotguns can kind of, they can be absolutely like meta if you have too much like gap closing, or like everything turns into close quarters, because they just become the automatic close range weapon. if they have too much range, they kind of shit on SMGs a lot of time, and they can start competing with like even longer range weapons. If they have like effects on them, like explosive rounds, or if they have effects on them like incendiary, they become, or slugs, they start like overlapping with other classes of weapons too easily. Like shotguns are weird like that. You have to make an AR do less damage at close range. But that's counterintuitive, and no game does that. And then that would only make the situation of shotguns dominating in close range even worse. The antithesis of like an AR is just like
We must act.
they do everything, right? They're the all-arounder, but they're the master of none. Why would an AR do less damage close range? Exactly. Exactly. That makes no sense. Nobody would be okay with that. Eruptor gang. Eruptor is just it's just an insane shotgun. It's a long-range shotgun. That's why like the Eruptor is even really hard to balance, because it's like a shotgun blast of shrapnel, and it has crazy range. COD seems to do an okay job with shotguns. Makes them really powerful, but you have to like play around them otherwise. You're gonna lose the AR. COD more or less like rotates around the everything's OP in PvP, so everything feels good because the TTK is so short, right?
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
But also COD isn't like a super competitive game, so like it kind of just works for that gameplay style. You have to be very intentional with the shotgun. Mm-hmm. Battlefield Shadows, you're in a good spot. Nice. That's good to hear. Yeah, I haven't touched them since I left. Shotguns are just kind of OP, even in real life. Shotguns are just like kind of this like OP thing. It's the reason why the trench gun was just so prolific in World War I, right? They were labeled those war crimes, yeah. Yeah.
Allied destroyer.
Mr. Nukem is joining. Found out Marathon sent out free copies to their whole creator program. For the game? Yeah, that's normal. I think I got offered a copy, I just didn't accept it. It wasn't just like I guess I'm technically part of the creator program for Marathon. It just isn't that formal. Wait, why? I didn't want to be biased. It was only $40.
You're here.
I just didn't accept it.
Galaxy awaits your salvation.
I gave it to one of my friends though. I don't remember who. I gave it to someone. I don't remember who it was though. Have you lost your mind? No. It's free. Yeah, and I still took it. I just didn't use it. Annie, listen to my words. because I tend to review games and people ask me for my opinion, I don't always take the free copy because it does in fact affect my opinion on the game because I didn't actually have to spend money on it. Although it's not that big of a deal, it does affect my opinion. Don't worry, Miffle. You can just give all your free gifts to me. That's a good idea. All right. I played enough against the incendiary troops. Do you still have access to the other planet? Yep. Let's play against some Jet Brigade. My head hurts. Is it possible something to hurt if it's gone? Yes, actually. Phantom pain. There was like a really good episode of House with it. Google the pain. Annie, I don't think you understand. Jason was just saying a joke. But Annie's first instinct is like, just Google it. Google it. Surely Google will not lie to you and give you... You have cancer. Did you know? Need to finish Death Stranding 2. Did you like it? I've been thinking of playing it or not. I just have too many games to play. It's kind of lower on the list for me. The one where he kidnapped his neighbor and held him hostage to torture him. Everything aside from the torture bit, but where he had like a mirror so he could see his hand, right? And then what he did was he like made it look like he was gonna chop it off or something like that. I can't remember the exact scene, but he basically like tricked his brain into thinking that his hand was like still there, essentially, because that's what Phantom Pain more or less does, is that it like you have like a ghost limb and it still hurts, but it's not actually still there, but the pain receptors are still sending signals to your brain that like you're taking, like you're hurting. So it's to like reprogram your brain. I don't know if it actually works. It might just be TV jargon, but cool scene. It's very memorable. There's this hilarious YouTube video about some furries on VR chat all claiming Phantom Pain through VR. Like they got their tails stepped on or something? Like what? The fuck? Oh, I just realized this is a defense mission. Oh, I just realized this is a defense mission. They're failing. Uh-oh. RP goes too far. Yeah, you can say that. Alright, I'm gonna be the guy who holds this, I guess. I wasn't really paying attention to what mission we were getting here. Doing a defense mission. Yep, the Dune Pain Box episode. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Dune episode 1 had that kind of situation too, huh? Man, I can't wait for part 3. Zoom part 2 good. Yes. So like if you didn't like part 1 because it like, oh, it didn't feel like it went anywhere and it had a weird ending, it's because it's obviously like it's designed for you to like watch back to back to back. Still like the books way more. Interesting. Interesting. The books seem polarizing. Stilgar, my beloved. Don't worry. If you know the books, you'll see him again. Mr. Momoa's coming back. You mean what they did to him in the movie? What do you mean what they did to him in the movie? He's great in the movie. Momoa was a Stilgar. Oh, sorry. He's... what's his face? Getting the two characters mixed up. Sorry, what? Sorry, now that I remember who Stilgar is, what's wrong with him? Yeah, Javier is Stilgar. Yeah, sorry, what was wrong with what they did to him? Yeah, he's dunking at him. My bad. My bad. Got the two characters confused. Forgive me. Story was pretty sweet. Set up well. If you like the first, you'll love the second then. I feel like the second movie did a really good job of building on what they had in the first and having some really great moments. Absolute cinema. Oh, hello there. Jesus. Spawn mission kind of going crazy. Get him, Mr. Nukem. I don't know if you read the books. No, I haven't. Isn't anywhere near as entranced with Paul until what happened at the end of part 2. Like Stilgar was like a follower of Paul from the get-go in the movie. Well, I don't... From what you say, there's like a content creator on YouTube that, you know, he's read all 23 Dune books and he, that's how he starts his shorts. And he explains parts of the movie and he did one on Stilgar and, you know, what he was talking about with Stilgar is that, you know, even from the very start of when they first met, you know, he knew something was special about him. You know, allowing the fight to happen between, like at the end of the first movie, basically. Like, starting to test him and so on and so forth. So I guess I'm not, like, super surprised that, like, it just built up over time. Because that's what it seemed like to me. It built up over time. First, we heard approaching. Started guard humming one of those tunes. Spirits. You remember our voices. Translate. Pass through the guard. Cross the silk guard. Move to Paul's side. Strange look in his eyes. I lose Gurney too. Paul wondered. The way I lost Stilgar. Losing a friend to gain a creature. Well, I mean, that's more Paul recognizing that, you know. I mean, if anything, that goes against your point, because at that point, Paul already knows that Stilgar's a true devotee. Doesn't that go against your point of saying that Stilgar just, in the books... sorry, I don't follow the point of that sentence in relation to what we're talking about. Because you were saying that Stilgar, like, was, like, a follower from the beginning, but what you just said there is talking about Gurney and how he's becoming, like, a, you know, a true follower, but Stilgar already was that. Am I missing something there? I mean, like, Gurney was, like, a loyal friend to the family and, you know, taught him what he knows today about, you know, weapon skills and being able to defend himself and so on and so forth, and also just some life lessons in general. Stilgar, you know, was kind of a mentor, but much less so, because I believe from what I gather from the books is that, like, Stilgar kind of knew from the very start that Paul was special, and Stilgar was a big believer in the, you know, the Chosen One and everything that was spread by the Bene Gesserit, right? So it makes a lot of sense why he was such a believer, especially after seeing what Paul was able to do so early on. I don't know, it made sense to me. Have you done this week's strategy in SM2? I only do the stratagems on when they do a release. I'll be honest, I don't log into Space Marines 2 in between. But I hear this week's stratagem is very bad. Accurate came in and told me about it earlier in the stream. Oh yeah, the Dune, like, storyline, like, goes crazy from everything I've heard. It changes a lot. Not necessarily in a good way. At least how people describe it. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I'm dying of the gas. What just ragdolled me? Was that someone's mortar randomly landing next to me? I think it was. Yeah, Tim Tam. Watch part 2. Highly recommend. I went and saw it in IMAX and I was blown away. It might be one of my favorite films I've ever seen in cinema. I am very excited to go watch Dune Part 3 in IMAX.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Get him, mech boy. I recommend reading the first 2 books. I've actually tried to read the first book when I was in high school. I didn't enjoy it. But also this is coming from a dyslexic. But I also just didn't like the writing style. I don't know. Something about it. So that's why I've been so impressed with Villeneuve doing such a good job at like taking the books and being quite faithful. Probably not perfect. I don't think they could ever do it perfect, but it's quite good. Jay Zugum, to reply to your comment, Timmy is not a good actor. I think he is. Watch, what's that Marty film that he just did with ping pong? Watch that film. I think he did a fucking amazing job in that movie. It just shows how much like range he has, and that's huge for me when it comes to like judging an actor. It's like what kind of range they have. Because like I feel like doing a stoic, you know, that was Oscar bait, dude. It was actually really good. Did you watch it, or are you just saying that? It was actually a really good movie. I went in like not knowing what the movie was going to be about at all, and I was like, damn. Watch the Willy Wonka movie? I did. It was alright. It wasn't that bad. It was alright. I don't think it was his fault though. I don't think it was a bad movie because of him.
I knew you had it in you. Ammo, fuel, personnel. I manage everything on this ship with one thing in mind.
Sucker is just like far more stoic and pragmatic until the end of the first book. And I mean, I want to say Stilgar kind of does that in the first and second film for the most part, until like the second half of the first, when like it's pretty obvious that, you know, he is the chosen one.
Orbit synchronized.
They're hating on him because he has bad opinions. You have Stilgar's role to Shani in the movies. What? How is Shani in the books? People seem to hate him now. Okay. He likes Red Dead Redemption 2. He's my goat. He did make a negative comment about theater and ballet right before the Oscars, and the Hollywood Foreign Press does not like that. Like theater, plays, and ballet? What did he say? What was so bad about what he said? That he just doesn't like it? Or do you like go further and say like it's bad or something? You shit on the ballet and opera. His mom and sister do ballet, by the way. that's funny. Like that's actually like with context. I think that's just funny. Like he's just, if anything, he's kind of rage baiting his mom and sister. Just kind of messing with them. No one cares about it was basically a statement. And I mean, that's true. It's a harsh statement to make, but it's not necessarily an unfair one. Right? Because, yeah, most of the planet doesn't give a fuck about theater or ballet. Right? If you're just looking at pure statistics, he's right. Obviously, not no one. but if you like look at it like from like, you know, there's how many billion people at this point on the planet, how many of them care about ballet and theater? It's a pretty small amount. Versus like how many people care about movies or TV shows and stuff like that. Like the medium is vastly different. So I don't think it's like that crazy of a statement. I don't know. I think that's pretty crazy to hate on him just because of that. But he's definitely like inflaming the theater community, I'm sure. But it's not necessarily wrong. Like, how many people here actually regularly go to the theater? Or I feel like I need to separate it to the theater and then ballet. I feel like ballet is even more niche than theater. The only time I watch ballet is like if it's in a movie for some reason. I feel like it's going to be a pretty low amount of people. I don't know, to me it's like saying classical music is irrelevant. To the average person, it is. But I would argue that more people interact with classical music than they do ballet or theater. Right? Like Grim, I think classical music people hear far more often than they do watch theater or ballet. That's, you know what I mean? I think that's a little bit of a false equivalent, because like, you could just be in a store and hear classical music, or you could be in an elevator and hear classical music. You could be in like a lobby and hear classical music. So even the average person may like interact with it somehow. But like ballet and theater, far less often. If you're not in school, the context is important. The rest of the comment, he was actively discouraging people to get into opera or ballet, which is like damaging other art forms. He's not interested in. That's why his comment is a problem. How did he discourage people? Like, what was he saying? I started ballet lessons. You'd be very cute in a tutu, Annie. Like, was Timmy just saying, like, you shouldn't get into ballet or theater because it's irrelevant? Like, what was he saying? I was a little ballerina. I'm not even kidding you. I bet you were a little ballerina. It's actually a good spot. I can snipe quite a few objectives from here. Definitely gotta see the clip hard to see the vibe. How long is the clip? If it's more than a couple minutes, if it's like 30 seconds, I'm down to watch it right now. I'm in for some drama. Give me the drum.
Outpost cleared.
Heavy. North. Close.
I don't want to work in ballet or opera or things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this thing anymore. No one. So why aim for a career in it or support it? Okay. Okay. Well, there's some context. It's ironic that Cake that you were saying context matters here. He's just sharing his opinion because he was asked, "Hey, would you go do opera and ballet?" And he's like, "No," and then he gives his opinion. He's not discouraging anyone. He was asked a question and he answered it. It's not like it's not like he shit that out on Twitter, just shitting on ballet and stuff. He's just like, nah. He doesn't believe in it because he believes that people are just... The irony is that what he said is kind of true. That people are now seeing his comment as a way of damaging it, so they need to keep it alive. Like, they're so defensive about it. That's actually kind of funny.
200 meters. Affirmative.
Well, there's a great deal of irony in that.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike.
Because, like, he can't share his opinion without it, quote-unquote, being discouraging people.
Outpost destroyed.
Like, he's allowed to have his opinion. They asked it.
Objective near your position.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
But, like, getting into ballet or theater just because it's dying out, like, yeah, that's fair. Like, people are guilt-tripping him into getting into it because it's dying out, you know?
Down the sentry.
Like, from his perspective, it probably would be kind of annoying. Especially from his, like, for context, his parents or his mom probably tried to get him into it quite a bit, I would imagine. So he might have a great deal of that actually happening in his life. If you think about it.
Objective located. North 300 meters.
If you saw Shawnee was more of like a believer lover. Oh, interesting. So they kind of swapped the two roles. I get what you mean.
Fire. Dropping package.
Oh god. I still don't think, you know, Stilgar was like a true believer from the very start though.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Found something. Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital.
It felt very natural for the viewer.
Package.
How it like grew over time. His opinion on Paul.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Paul never had visions of the guy who killed him, but nah, that's fine.
Main objective near your position.
He probably should have been. It's kind of weird that he wasn't.
Package.
I agree with more showing visions. Because that's a very monumental moment in his journey. And his visions tend to be monumental moments in his journey. So it is kind of weird that he didn't have a vision about that. So I kind of agree with Villeneuve putting it there. Hi, Carl.
Objective complete.
Those are more like hallucinations.
Request approved.
Yeah, but I mean, they were very targeted hallucinations that ended up being true. He didn't control them, but I mean,
Requesting air support.
he's seeing the future.
Requesting air support.
Did you like the new WARBOND trailer? Yeah, looks cool. I honestly, the most exciting thing in the WARBOND is the Metal Storm. I hope it's good. I really like the idea of an expendable machine gun. People have been talking about it to me forever now. You know, trying to talk about it in like HD1. They really liked it in HD1, it seems like, so I'm hoping it's enjoyable here.
Requesting orbital strike. Calling down fortification.
I just think I sniped me. Crazy. Which one's left? It's probably just the one on the far side.
One step closer to mission completion.
Tagging map. South.
Classic arts dying out is purely the matter of them being stagnant since the 19th century. There's a shitload of like modern music with not just like classical influences, but like classic core that uses it in modern techniques and technical. Use something very classical, but also modern. Yeah. What's that that lady that does the violin, but like the electric violin? You know what I mean? And she's like crazy with it. I don't remember her name, but like I've seen like clips of her. Like that's like a great way of like bringing something so classical into like the modern era, right? I don't know her name, but her shit's awesome. Like if you've ever seen it, like it's great. It's super impressive. And then also she's just like dancing around. It's like awesome. It's such good content. Like I don't care for violin at all, but when she plays the violin, I'm like, damn, that's awesome. Sounds great. So I feel like that's a good way to bring people into it.
Calling down a support weapon.
Also, okay, I do think that like, you know, theater is something that can be done in terms of like TV shows. Have you guys watched the new Game of Thrones stuff?
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
The new Game of Thrones, Knights of the Seven, or whatever the fuck it was called. I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
200 meters.
Fantastic show, by the way. Absolutely adore it. But when I'm watching it, I can't help but think I'm watching theater. I don't know why, but it gives me this like, it gives me this vibe that I'm just like, it's so different.
Found something. New mag.
Really liked it. Really liked it.
Calling down a sentry.
I don't want to be a dead horse, but Charlemagne was speaking factually that no one cares about it, which is untrue.
One step closer to
My
mission
local
completion.
opera house. No. It was just hyperbole. Like, so Cake, I can understand the bias that like obviously you are someone who cares about it, but he's saying from like a statistical point of view, the vast majority of the planet does not care about it, right? He's just being hyperbolic by saying nobody cares about it, but he's not saying it factually. You're interpreting it as factual, right? Obviously, there are people that care about it. His mom and sister do ballet, so obviously he's not speaking from a factual point of view, right? Like obviously, because there are people who care about it. His mom and sister, right? But I think that should be obvious at that point, right? Like obviously people do. That's why even someone's talking about it, but he's just being hyperbolic, and that's ruffling people's feathers. But his statement and his opinion is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. People are just ruffled about the fact that they said nobody. But like, it's just a hyperbolic statement. It's fine. Doesn't really matter.
Thank you.
But like, But also, Cake, you gotta understand that your local opera house selling 90% of tickets is great. That's awesome. But you gotta understand that there's 7, billion plus people on the planet. They don't care about opera. And they don't care about ballet. They don't interact with it. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. Doesn't mean nobody enjoys it, but does mean that the vast majority of people don't care.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Here's the desert update. Yeah, apparently it's really good. Opera like the browser? No, like opera like the fat lady sings.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I read there's a lot of bugs with the CD update. Really? What kind of bugs? Opera GX ad. Hey, I gotta say, that Opera GX ad was one of the easiest ones I've ever had. And it supported me. So, hats off to them.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
I still use the browser. I like it. It's an easy ass ad.
Sending in an eagle. Package acquired. Dropping package. Reinforcing.
Bum, bum. Your legendary mounts are missing from the quick select menu, so you can't use the dragon or mech either. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's an annoying bug. That sucks.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack.
Oh, gray mains trust reset to 0. That's not good. Okay, those are not good at all. That's on Black Flag Resync Showcase. It's not out yet, so how could I have thoughts on it? I haven't been able to watch it yet. It doesn't come out for another 6 hours, brother. Are you just asking about my thoughts beforehand? But like, what's the point of that? Like, cool. I mean, I like Black Flag. Black Flag's my favorite AC game. I'm down for a remake if they're do it right. But, you know, I don't know. We have to wait and see. At noon. He's from the future. He must live in Australia. Are you from New Zealand, sir? We haven't watched it yet. It's not live yet in our part of the timeline, all right? He must be from New Zealand. Those fuckers get to play video games early, they get to watch TV early, and they get to see the showcase early? Cheaters. Jesus, it's turning into fucking hell over here. Oh my god. What was that 500 kg, bro?
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
I want to like War Striders so bad, but it's like, ugh, it's so frustrating to fight them. It's like, yeah, you gotta hit these weak points that are incredibly small, but let's just make an enemy that like constantly wobbles back and forth as he walks, so it makes it really fucking hard to hit. And when you do hit it, well, you slightly miss, so because the weak point is so fucking small. I want to like them so bad. Because, like, in theory, like, they're the ultimate enemy for me. Like, I love weak point enemies, right? Enemies with weak points that you have to hit. Love that. It's like the ultimate design, in my opinion, right? But they've just designed it so it's like, they have weak points, but they're kind of like, they're like bait points. It's kind of like, you're going to waste your time trying to hit them because they're so hard to hit reliably. Is that the only weak point? No, you either shoot the red eye on its front faceplate, that's like right there, or you shoot that weak point, or you shoot the joint, or you shoot their leg / crotch. It's in that order of operations as far as like how good is the weak point, I guess, or like how much damage it does. Oh, and then on top of that, like, they wobble back and forth like crazy. They flinch you like crazy. They ragdoll you like crazy. Just sucks. Not very fun. Maybe was the railgun still a viable option in bots? Yeah, absolutely. It's very good. I remember when it first came out, it was OP. Yeah. It's never really left that, like, position of being really good on bots. Other than when gunships were first released. But once the 60-day update came out, it's been like a stable, like, you know, top 5 contender on bots, you know, since the 60-day update. It was basically like gunships came out and the railgun wasn't particularly good against the gunships, which sucked. And like, more or less, because gunships were so oppressive at that time, like, if you didn't have a support weapon that was good against them, kind of sucked. It's a skill issue weapon? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you ain't hitting that shot, it's not gonna feel particularly good. Come on. There we go. The siege you put on the ground new? Yeah, it came out with the Siege Breaker update. It's very good. Very good for bots. I don't use it on the other factions really at all, but very good on bots.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
So bots be your favorite if you didn't get ragdolled all the time. Yeah, honestly, Grim, I really like bots. I don't like getting ragdolled constantly.
T-minus 30 seconds.
I have severe ragdoll fatigue. So I usually can't play against bots for very long before I'm like, I just need to take a break.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Some days are better than others. Like, some days you don't get juggled nearly as much, and some days you get juggled like crazy. Like, today has been a pretty good day for ragdoll. I haven't found myself, like, ragdolling for, like, 10 seconds continuously or anything like that. But yeah, occasionally you're gonna get, like, crazy days where it's just, like, feels like everything in the game is trying to ragdoll you.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Oh, they've done the roadmap? Yeah. I never felt like this game needed a roadmap, but some people I think are not as in tune with it. Because the funny thing is that the roadmap doesn't really tell us anything we didn't already know, other than specific updates being focused on certain factions. Does that make sense? Like, if you asked me before that roadmap came out to make a roadmap of like suspected updates into the future, I would have told you basically all those things are coming in the next, 4 months, because we know that a WARBOND comes out every 6 weeks. We know that there's usually a quality of life patch that is associated with that WARBOND, including balancing. We know that we get new enemies every like 3 months on average. We know that we get a new biome every 3 months on average, right? So it's like, I just wouldn't be able to tell you which faction is getting the new unit, right? But the roadmap is really useful for people who don't play the game or know the game as much, which is nice, right? Because a lot of people just don't know all those like intricacies. I just know it because Arrowhead has just done that cadence over 2 years. So I think the way they did the roadmap is good though. They didn't give enough away that like it's a bad roadmap, because like there is a world where they put too much detail on the roadmap and then it kind of is lame because you just know what's going to happen in the story and what's coming. It's nice to be surprised. Always need a roadmap, but I think they need more like blog posts talking about like catch up on like tech debt. I could agree with that. I think more blog posts in general, but like they've just been doing it through like opinion pieces and like through the patch notes. Like I love the patch note videos. They're really good. More blog posts though, written up every couple months would be nice. Talking about what they're working on. Like not like content wise what they're working on, but like quality of life stuff that they're working on. Like it would be nice to know that, hey, we have a plan for samples, this is what we're thinking, stuff like that. That would be a really nice blog post. I feel like I overworked myself. I think so too, Annie. This morning you really sounded like it. I hope you get some good rest, Annie. Gotta take some deep breaths, Annie. Just relax. Deep breaths. Listen to my voice. Everything's gonna be okay. Got some anxiety. Let's just chill. Do you need to go to urgent care? Not unless it's like impacting how you're like, truly you're breathing. It sounds like you're more or less just having a panic attack, Annie, or just having increased anxiety. I don't think necessarily you need to go to the emergency room, but if it starts to get bad, maybe, yeah, it would be a good idea. But I think you just need to zen, chill, meditate, distract yourself with something that relaxes you. They've always had like a production schedule and they need to communicate better overall. They've been feeling they have been not been doing enough fixes and quality of life improvements. Everybody wants more red stratagems, ship upgrades, progression, customization. I don't know if I would say everyone. Remember, they're listening to multiple groups of players at the end of the day, right? You're just listening to a certain vocal feedback of like a certain group of players, right? They're making content for the people that aren't giving feedback as well. And the people who aren't giving feedback typically just want more units and want like more warbonds and like the MOs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like we always have this conversation, Jason Newcomb, like the ship upgrades, progression, customization is more of like an endgame thing. It's for like a subsection of the community. Most players that have HD2 don't care about those issues. That's not an important thing for them. And I think Arrowhead knows that. Customization though, like armor stuff, yeah, absolutely. But like ship upgrades and like progression, I don't think as many people care about that as you think. It's just a very vocal end-game community. It's difficult to cater to everybody. Yeah, they have to pick and choose at the end of the day. Like, I think the things that they're focusing on right now are arguably good to be focusing on. They're mostly just worrying about, you know, content. You know?
The fate of all humanity's children are in
Yeah, of course, Jason, but that means if you do that, you slow down content, right?
Deploying equipment package.
It's give and take, right? Like, it will always be give and take. And like we've talked about this at length before, like live service is kind of a balance between adding content and fixing things. Because you're constantly going to be breaking things as you add things. You're constantly going to be trying to fix things as you're adding things. And it's just like, it's whack-a-mole. It's like live service at this scale is whack-a-mole. Like when you're going this fast. So, I don't know. I definitely want them to do, like, quality of life and bug fixes, but, you know, you don't want that to necessarily detract from the matting things. But if that means, like, every 4 to 6 months, they, like, do, like, a month where they don't release a WARBOND and all they do is do quality of life and bug fixes that month, I think that's a good middle ground or something like that. We need a raid boss. We need more raid bosses, you mean? Only having the Hive Lord is not enough. Do you think the new Warbomb will allow us to take 2 mechs? Doubtful, but you never know. I'm tired of pretending dead sprint is a bad booster. It's not a bad booster. It's just a disliked booster. People don't like seeing their health go down. It irks them. And it's usually because someone on their team brought it, right? With how much outsourcing they do, I don't see how they can't manage to find time for important things in game. It doesn't work like that. Exactly. So how long do you think a Warbond takes to make exactly? How long do you think it takes? I just want to like gauge. How long, like from start to finish, how long do you think it takes to make a Warbond? Like rough idea. There's no wrong answer here or anything like that. It's not a trap. I'm just curious to try and like. 6 months. It's more than that. So from like the very start onwards, right? From concept to like, you know, actually like refining that concept to then, you know, putting it into like production, mocapping, you know, doing all the textures, the sound and stuff like that. There's like crazy lead times on it, right? And remember, we get like a WARBOND like once a month, right? So you gotta have some amount of understanding that like a lot of the outsourcing is to allow the devs to not like to be able to continue that pace, right? Because originally they were all doing it themselves once a month, but we didn't like the WARBONDs because they weren't good enough, right? They were too boring. Right? They didn't have enough unique mechanics and they were just like not that interesting, right? So they brought outsourcing and most likely to just like alleviate them so they could like continue that same pace, but also add more things that we want, like new factions and stuff, right? Because they add a crazy amount of shit to this game over the course of a year. Like, it's actually insane how much this game adds on a yearly basis, right? And they were trying to do that all before without outsourcing, right? Arrowhead has grown, but it hasn't grown nearly that much. So they do outsourcing on like odd things, like the FRV, for instance, was outsourced, right? Wouldn't be surprised if the tank was too. Just feels like their priority is padding their wallets. More progression is locked behind SC than is free available. That's always been the case, though, exactly. But the thing is, at the end of the day, SC is something you can farm for free. They need to make money in order for the game to keep updating the game. There is a balance that needs to be met, and they are trying to meet between those two objectives, right? Providing players with more content and reasons to log in, but also being able to actually make money on the game, so it's a feasible thing to keep making stuff for the game, right? It's a balance, because like you can't give away everything for free. That's just it doesn't work like that, you know? I understand that this has come up recently because of the mechs, but like, I mean, that was 2 years ago, and we've gotten other vehicles in the meantime that have been free. But that doesn't mean that all mechs in the future have to be free. Like, Arrowhead never said that. Like, it's just like the player base's like expectation that it has to be free, but it's like, no one ever said that, right? Like, it's not like they're breaking their promise or anything like that. And it's not like they've stopped giving us stuff for free. They still are. All the new factions, biomes, new weapons, stuff like that. And I'm going to say it again. SC essentially is free. It is by far the best monetization structure in gaming. It always amazes me that like, we know we're in the best monetization structure in gaming, but yet we still find reasons to like hate on it. Most people are mad about the implications. See, that's just jumping to conclusions, but they're not putting into context the 2 years that have happened and so on and so forth. Not getting MO unlocks like we used to. We literally just got an MO unlock with the tank. It was just a couple months ago. So people are just jumping to conclusions to be mad about something. It's the internet culture today of just being mad about stuff, or jumping to conclusions to be mad about something. Like, we get so much free shit. So we don't get another vehicle free, but we got like something else for free. Like, why do we have to be so stingy about it? Like, that it has to be, all mechs have to be free. Like, it's just like putting our foot down. Who said that they had to be? Like, it's just... I do agree with the MO unlocks. If you check 2024 to 2025, 2026, the difference is quite large. It has been decreasing, but it's not like it doesn't happen anymore. Octavius also has a decent point. I think it's because they're not selling as many copies as they used to. Could be. I'm not sure. I do think it's like a little bit of... It's probably like most things, it's probably a little bit of everything. I've always had the theory that in order to keep MOs interesting, they had to put some stratagems in Warbonds to keep them interesting. Because you remember when Warbonds didn't have stratagems in them? They were honestly pretty boring overall, right? So when they got that feedback of like, hey, Warbonds are boring, and then like, you know, how do you make Warbonds more interesting? Well, we probably have to put some of the ideas of, you know, stratagems into Warbonds, right? Free stuff is definitely not decreasing. That's where I disagree. Is that because like new enemies and new biomes and so on and so forth is definitely not decreasing. Right? It's just stratagems for free is decreasing. But that also being said, we've gotten quite a few like new weapons and stuff like that in the SC store. And I'm still gonna sit on that perch and say like anything in the SC store is effectively free. It's just a progression system. It's how long you play the weapon. You know? Like, where's the dailies and weeklies to let me earn a little bit of SC? There is no limit to dailies and weeklies. You just play the game. Why does farming SC mean I have to disengage with the main gameplay loop to not have fun? You don't have to do that, Exactly. Exactly. You're drawing conclusions from things you don't have to do. You're putting yourself in a box. Nobody's putting you there other than yourself. You can just play the game regularly and get SC. And you can play on a daily basis or a weekly basis and get that SC. Or you could just spend $10 occasionally, right? Like for a game you probably have hundreds upon hundreds of hours in, you know? And you get 30% of it back, and it gives you more gameplay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, like, it's not a bad transaction to just pay $10 occasionally. Most people who buy Warbonds, they tend to buy, like, 1 in 3, because one Warbond purchase will, like, last you a couple, because you'll get 30% back, which will lead you to play the game, which will give you SC, which then leads you to get more SC from playing and unlocking, which then leads you to the next Warbond, which then will get you more SC. You can't get enough SC playing tier 10 to get a Warbond in a reasonable amount of time. I have 1k hours. Brother, I have way more playtime than you. That's just not true. You gotta find some more SC. But also, no one's forcing you to play tier 10, right? Like, if you feel like tier 10 is what's stopping you, I mean, you know, you don't have to. He's 100% correct. No way to farm SC in a reasonable amount of time on tier 10. That's just not true, guys. You're just not checking enough POIs on tier 10. And because tier 10 is harder, you're not spending as much time on tier 10. Guys. Guys. I get it. You're playing on a harder difficulty, which means you have less time to find SC. But, like, that's like a self-imposed problem. Like, people on average ignore more POIs on 210 because it's harder. You'll find more SC on lower tier missions, but like, guys, look how many fucking POIs there are in tier 10 right now. I can promise you about 3 of those probably have SC in them. So don't you tell me that there's no check. I check plenty of POIs on tier 10. There's simply less SC than on D1. That's not true, because on a difficulty 1 map, there's only a handful of POIs, right? On a tier 10 map, there's way more POIs because it's a larger map. The thing is that you're using like a game, you know, technically like exploit of like quitting the mission and then going back into the next mission, right? You can't compare those two because one is like, you know, using like an abuse of like technically a game mechanic, which is fine and there's no problem, and obviously they don't care, so you can do it. But like, it's pretty ridiculous to compare the two. Like, I have 3K hours and I have 26K. Obviously, more recently, I've been getting SC for free. Like, stuff that, like, I don't have to pay for it from Arrowhead. I occasionally do just because they're slow. But, like, we did the math. I would have 15K super credits at 3K hours. The item pool is larger. It's literally larger by one thing, Zach. It's rare samples. So that's why people do tier 3 and lower, because rare samples can't be found in POIs. Anyways, like, at the end of the day, dude, if you have more time than money, you grind SC. If you have more money than time, just buy the SC, bro. It's like, you probably have like 1,000+ hours this game. It's not a bad value proposition. Because at the end of the day, you're supporting the game, which means we get more content. Because someone needs to pay for something along the lines, right? If nobody pays for SC, this game literally can't survive in its current form. They have to change it. They would, you know how you guys are complaining about getting, you know, maybe 1 or 2 stratagems a year? Think about how many stratagems we get a year if nobody buys SC. Like, let's just be realistic here. Like, eventually the game sales dry up and then they're not making money, and then you can't add more factions. You can't add, you know, interesting MOs all the time. You can't add new biomes. You can't do warbonds. Like, it's like an ignorance is bliss kind of situation, right? Like, in a perfect world, everything in a video game would be free, but it's like, that's unrealistic. I don't mind paying for SC, I just feel like the devs care more about... Like, the devs care about their customers' feedback. You feel like the devs... I don't understand that. I personally don't feel that that is the case, that they will not buy SC until they... So exactly, this is a thing in gaming that we've been talking a lot about today. Just because they don't listen to your feedback doesn't mean they don't listen. You gotta understand that there's millions of people who have bought this game, and they all have different, like, priorities and interests. And as a developer, they have to pick and choose what they can focus on. Right? So the devs do listen, and they very often do. They might just not listen to your particular feedback. Or that feedback that you have is like, you know, something that might not be as high on the priority list as something else. Right? And you may disagree with their priority list. But it doesn't mean they don't listen. Right? You know what I mean? Like... But hey, if you don't feel like they're listening to you, that's fair enough. If you'd like to see certain things addressed before you put money in, hey, I got that. That makes sense. But, like, we've talked about several things so far in this conversation, and a lot of them have been because of player feedback. Like more interesting warbonds, and not changing the SC farming method. Most developers would have nerfed D1 farming. So they have added more customization. They have done bug fixes. They have done. This is the state of balance in HE2 is the best it's ever been. Real communication, they are doing that. So I like. It's very easy, exactly, to say all those things, but in actuality, they are doing a lot of them. It's just not enough for you. But I feel like you're never going to be satisfied at this point. Because I feel, from talking to you for the last 30 minutes, I feel like you're never going to be satisfied. Like you're not going to be satisfied. There's always going to be another thing. There's always going to be another thing that bothers you. I don't get the impression that you will be satisfied if those things happen. Because a lot of those things have been done over the last 2 years, incrementally, but you don't value them or see them as enough. You know? And a lot of those things aren't free, too, right?
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Liberty returned, locked and loaded.
Outpost destroyed.
So they'll happen over time.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
I would ask you, what do you think they lied about? But I'll be honest, I probably already know and already don't agree, but I won't go there. I don't think the coyote was a lie. They just changed fire damage.
Comes the cavalry.
It's still arguably the best AR in the game.
Critical stratagem available.
Calling down the sentry.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Let's just start. Clearly, we have different views on the game. Clearly. But one piece of advice I would give you, take a break. You might find yourself enjoying the game in the future if you take a break. I feel like from this conversation, you have a very jaded opinion on everything Arrowhead does. That you obviously probably don't enjoy playing the game very much at this point in time. It would probably be better if you just take a break. Be better for the mental. It was a 1 bullet difference for the coyote in terms of fire. And if that really pisses you off that much, I feel like you're never truly going to be happy. Because there will always be a new thing to be mad about. I think frustration shows he cares a lot about the game and doesn't want to see it fail due to bad tactics. The frustration can be because of that, but it also can be because of burnout. Gamers have a really bad tendency of burning out on games, that they play too much. The positive nature of the game, the gameplay loop that they enjoy, becomes less fun over time. That's just normal. And then all they can do is focus on the things that they don't like about the game. And they stop, you know, paying attention to the things that they, you know, used to enjoy about the game. Right? Like, I've seen this many times in gaming communities. Destiny is a really good example of it as well.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
It's really easy to get like jaded with like decisions made by devs over time and lose track of like what you actually enjoy. Like it's okay to stop playing a game after 1,000 hours, or to play it less. Because you can complain when you're not passionate or passionate. People complain all the time about video games they're not passionate about, Rat. So just because someone complains doesn't mean they're super passionate. Issue 2 has a ton of different builds and variety. Just the way to achieve the status for decisions is either to play an extreme amount of time or pay. You don't have to play an extreme amount of time though, Rat. You don't. You absolutely don't. But at the end of the day, like, you don't have to play that much. You don't have to own every WARBOND, right? Because not all WARBONDs will speak to you personally. You don't have to get everything in the superstore, right? You can if you want, but obviously you have to invest in it. You would argue, like, that's fair. If you want everything in the game, you should probably have to play a decent amount, right? I think a lot of in this conversation that I'm having with you, Rat, right now is you want to have your cake and eat it too, right? You want everything for free, but you also want them to give all these updates constantly, but like someone has to foot the bill for it, brother. Like someone has to pay. Someone has to spend money somewhere. And they've done a really good job of balancing it, so if you play the game regularly, you can get the stuff that you want and not have to pay. But obviously somewhere, someone has to spend some money, bro. And if you don't want to be the person that, you know, spends money, fair enough. You don't have to. It just means that you might have to, like, grind some super credits. And you don't have to go to tier 10 to grind super credits. You don't have to go to tier 1 to grind super credits. You just play regularly and just check POIs regularly. But if you want everything in the video game that is worth SC, yeah, you might need to spend some money or play a lot more. Like, I don't think that's unreasonable. They have to pay people to make content for the game.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
I spent over $150 in Issue 2 happily. Just for us endgame players. Works for us, besides WARBONDs. What is in the works for us besides WARBONDs? Well, customization for guns was in the works for you. All the new factions, missions. Like, what do you mean? The MOs? Like, yeah, I would also like to see, like, more customization, especially in the end game, and I'd like to see, like, something for samples to go into, preferably customization, honestly. Right, but like you're a perfect example of what I was just saying, Rat, where like you're so far gone and like jadedness that you're literally ignoring like key aspects of what they're adding to the game just to make your point of like, I'm upset and I'm angry at the game because they're not adding this thing that I want. But it's like, you gotta understand, Rat, that like the average player still hasn't finished their sample grind, right? The average player is like less than like level 90 that has bought this game and plays it, right? So they're probably making content for the majority of people, not for like the end game player, which does suck because if you're an end game player, but to not value the content that like is made for everybody, I think is like, you know, kind of just unfair. Because they had a lot of free content in this game constantly, even for you as an endgame player. You know, I have, you know, easily double your time in this game. And like, I still feel like they're adding stuff for me. It's just not specifically for me.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Is there any more factions they're gonna add? I think they're just doing like sub factions. I don't really see them doing a new faction anytime soon. I don't think there's any new factions in the lore from like HD1 or anything, but I could be wrong.
Box fabricator. Orbital inbound. 50 meters.
I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get through to you, and it's like, it is what it is, but it's like, we have it really good in HD2, but the way people talk about it is like we are in like this dire, terrible situation constantly, and it's tiring. Like, not everything is perfect in HD2, and I think they would admit that too at Arrowhead. It's like, obviously they're working towards it. But it's a balance, right? They can't just stop everything and, you know, constantly and just address all the issues that like individuals want. Because they got to keep the lights on. They got to try and, you know, make content for everybody. There's still an option for them to make like a vehicle rework with like mechs. If you bought like Thunderback and the WARBOND, you'd have like the automatic those upgrades for free that patch drops. Whoa, holy shit, that was a run-on sentence and a half. There is still an option to make vehicle rework with mechs, and if you bought Lumber Mech in WARBOND, you will have automatic those upgrades for free when patch drops. That's contradictory. You buy something and then you... I don't understand. It definitely is encouraging to get on and completely waste metals or relationships or SC because everything is already done. Well, I mean, Rat, at the end of the day, that's just being in the end game, bro. Like, that happens in any game in, like, history. There isn't always going to be a perfect sync for, like, everything, you know? You should be playing the game at that point for fun, and if you aren't having fun, you just stop playing. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? You just come back when there's content, you know? But I highly doubt you have spent all your records and slips and bought every upgrade for every weapon. I highly doubt that. And then SC wise, I highly doubt that you have nothing to spend SC on. But I guess you spent $150, but at that point, maybe spend less time buying SC and then grind for it. It's something to like play for. Some people do that. As far as medals go, the medals are just like a progression unlock just for WARBONDs. They unlock a WARBOND every 6 months or every 6 weeks. I don't think they could do any better as far as WARBOND release schedule. So I don't think you can really, I don't think we can really complain about that one. Like, we have a very good metal sync. The average player has a very good metal sync. I constantly have people in my chat saying that they are behind on WARBONDs because they release them so often. You know what I mean? Like, the only real sync that this game needs at this point is samples. Like, samples are in a dire place where it's like the only place to spend samples is on the DSS, and it's not very interesting. It's a band-aid fix of the moment. It would be nice if they added something better for samples. Like, my dream scenario would be like samples are used to add customization to your armor or to your ship, you know? Something like that. Recoloring, you know? So it's something that, like, in the end game when you've done, you know, your ship upgrades and stuff like that, and you have nothing else to spend samples on, you start like customizing your character. Be nice.
Pelican 1, I have
Akuma, thank you for the tier 3. 2 years, brother. 2 years. What a lovely time it's been. How you doing, Akuma? It's good to see you. It's motorcycle riding weather. Are you already out on the motorcycle, or you still got it in storage? But if you can take away anything from this conversation, it's okay to take a break from a game. Gamers are not very good at recognizing when it's time to take a break and when they're like burnt out or when they're not having fun anymore. The worst thing you can do is like just keep playing a game and not realize that like maybe I should just take a break. Because you build up this like callousness for the game, but also this callous that like makes you become jaded. Where you're gonna look at the developer as like they're the most evil person on the planet, and they're doing things to purposely, you know, piss you off, and they're doing things that are like, you know, they're not listening to you specifically and your feedback, and it's like if they just did this one thing, the game would be so much more enjoyable, but they could fix that and you would just find another thing. Like at that point, it's just like, gotta step back, gotta step away. It's like I've been in that position where like I've just been so enthralled by a game that I just keep playing it, and it's just consuming me. But then I don't realize that I get like I'm in this burnout state where it's just like the positive things that I've been super positive for me are no longer positive because it's like I've done that gameplay loop a million times. So like naturally it's just less enjoyable. So all I can do is like focus on the things that I don't like about the game, because I have this idea that if they were all fixed, I would love the game even more. And it's like, sure, but it's very easy for your personal opinion to be a huge bias in that regard, right? Because sometimes your own personal opinion and your own personal bias will be contrary to what the dev's vision is or what the overall player base might actually feel. But you might find like a portion of the community that agrees with you and then think, well, everybody's saying this, it should be this way. You know, we all have like our personal opinions on like, you know, I would rather the War Strider be this way, I'd rather the Flesh Mount be that way, you know? But it is what it is. I have everything. It's still fun. The variety keeps things interesting. You mean less. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Just remember, it's healthy to take breaks. You'd be surprised how much more enjoyable H22 gets when you take a break. As someone who's a content creator for it, I can easily say that. I still enjoy it. I still have fun. I like doing meme loadouts. I like just messing around. I like talking to chat. But it's like, I find it very refreshing to go play a different game, drop HG2 for like a month, and then come back. It feels great. Feels fresh.
Allied destroyer has left squadron. Mission coordinates locked.
Why does the HG2 community implode itself? It's constant. I've been a content creator for this game for 2 years, and it's constant. The HG2 community is probably the most fickle, critique-heavy, implosion-heavy community I've ever been a part of. It is constant. There is always a new issue being blown up, and like that it's constant. It's
Engaging orbital thrusters.
I think the reason the HG2 community is a hornet's nest right now is a pattern of what they fix with the WARBOND. I don't understand that. You're unhappy that they're fixing things alongside a WARBOND?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Maple in the morning.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
What if major orders rewarded 50 super credits instead of medals? At the end of the day, Luger, they need to make money.
Synchronized.
If they give too much SC out for free for doing basically nothing, nobody buys anything. Like, once again, someone needs to buy something. Someone needs to be like coaxed into maybe purchasing something. So the updates continue. Right? They do give out SC, but you have to find it. Right? Like, I don't know. What's the... Yeah, I don't want to do that mission. Sorry, I don't get these to play. Show me where other live service games in which the real money currency is even vulnerable. Invest some time in HG2, have fun. The only game that comes to mind for me, Molly, is Warframe. But Warframe has a very different model where the new player kind of gets farmed by the existing players. And what I mean by that is that existing players, like longtime players, can farm items and then sell them to new players, and then new players spend money so the existing players can, you know, not spend money. Which works, but it's kind of like a rich get richer situation, or like the people who've invested the most time tend to get, like, benefit from the system, right? It's like the only game that I can think of that does that, other than like free-to-play games that do some kind of like premium currency, like, what was that top-down MMO that came out that Annie loved the gambling in? I can't remember what it is, but that one had some amount of like currency that you could grind, but it was like daily login kind of energy, or like free packs to get you to gamble more, essentially. So it was kind of just trying to get you hooked on gambling so that maybe you would spend money. Like, yeah. Even coming back to HG2 is way more easy than other games. Looking at you, Warframe. Oh, you even mentioned Warframe in your message, yeah. Do you disagree with the fact that Kamasar Kai, Buzz Lightyear, Wise, Gavita, Odo, Clay, etc. are all saying they should delay this Warbomb because it's likely dead on arrival? I don't know what they're saying. I don't really follow content creators all that much. Sorry, inform me. What are they saying? Are they just saying that mechs kind of suck right now, so WARBOND is dead on arrival? I hate to be that guy, but is it possible that they could patch mechs in the same update, and maybe mechs haven't been updated until now because they knew they were going to do it alongside this WARBOND? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Obviously, they're bringing up a concern, but, you know, let's not jump to conclusions that they haven't already realized that. You know what I mean? Because, yeah, mechs are in, like, this weird state where they just have, like, no HP and they just lose their limbs immediately. But people have been talking about that for multiple months. This isn't something, like, brand new that happened, like, last week that would cause the WARBOND to be useless.
You're here. A galaxy awaits your salvation.
Selling the fix with the WARBOND. Yeah, but they're not selling the fix with the WARBOND because we still have 2 free mechs. That's kind of just inflation. That's just, like, inflammatory. Right? We literally have 2 free mechs already. If what you were saying was true, we wouldn't have any mechs, right? I don't even know where the mechs are in the fucking stratagem list, whatever. Like, we already have 2. But, like that's inflammatory. Like, that's... Like, if the new update comes out and it helps mechs that have been in a weird spot since the tank came out, right, get fixed, you could just use the normal mechs and enjoy the update. It's not like you have to buy the WARBOND in order to get the fix. Like, what? That logic doesn't line up. It literally doesn't line up. That's not actually what's happening. There's no payment in exchange for fixed mechs. I could maybe see like a world where like only the new mechs are fixed and the old mechs suck. They delayed the redacted regiment to fix suppressed weapons. I think there is like no way exosuits will not be rebalanced. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I would very much critique them if they don't fix mechs, because mechs have been in a weird spot since the tank, like I just said. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they definitely need to do something about them. They don't feel very good. Mechs feel way better before the tank update. After the tank update, they don't feel good at all. You can still use them, but it's like, it's really hard. You'd make so much money off me if you had a money amount for bans. Overwatch died because of Valorant and Marvel Rivals. Why are we talking about Overwatch? But Overwatch isn't dead. It is definitely not dead. That is just a weird propaganda move by gamers of that type, I guess. But also, Valorant doesn't compete with Overwatch. Those are completely different genres.
The Super Destroyer is ready for your next mission.
It's dead to me. Yeah, he forgot to put the 2B part. My frustration is that HG2 complainers find a talking point, then it gets beaten to death. Yeah. There's always something new to complain about. It's only been 4 hours, but it feels like it's been 8. It's been one of those kind of days. Overwatch has been having the best time in a long time. Yeah, I've been hearing good things about Overwatch. I had a bunch of friends that went back and played it recently. I don't know the player counts or anything like that, but I would imagine it's not that bad. I've been seeing quite a few people go back and play it. I mean, its player population is quite healthy, actually. And this is just Steam. I'm sure a lot of people aren't playing on Steam. They're still probably on Battle.net also. Like, that's an entirely healthy number. It's not dead. Could be higher. Could definitely be higher, but that is definitely not a dead game. Majority on Battle.net? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly the player base is, but I would imagine there's a good chunk of that is on, you know, but a game with 100,000 players playing it, yeah, it's definitely not dead. At peak times. And that's not counting console players as well that are probably playing it. So, I don't know about that take, brother. I'd retract that one. I'm out of loop on Overwatch. Is it 5v5 or 6v6? I think it went back to 6v6. I think. I don't know. I haven't played Overwatch in forever. Oh, it's still 5v5? Okay. Gotcha. I commend you as a content creator, VG2. I appreciate you. I wish it was easier though. It was easier at once upon a time. When the game first came out and, you know, the average person was like really happy. It was a lot easier. But it's been, I don't know if it's been getting worse, but it's at least getting harder for me to, you know, not burn out with the community. Just hating everything and being so negative about literally everything. And being so hyperbolic about everything. Like everything is the end of the world. Everything that they feel wrong about. It's a lot. Most people are happy. The problem is that like I don't see it. I just get the complainers as a content creator, so I don't really see it. Don't do that, R-Type. I like Cloud. To some extent, it's part of their job is to bring up conversation and like do a little bit of clickbaiting. It is what it is. It's kind of just the world we live in. It's just kind of the nature of YouTube. YouTube, you thrive on YouTube by making like inflammatory content a lot of time or clickbaity content. It's the nature of the game. People tend to click on things that are extreme. People tend to rally behind content creators that are tribalistic in nature. Talk about pent up frustration and stuff like that. Whip it up. Elevate it. And if you're anything other, then you're just a shell. So Twitch is the closest thing to social media. Yeah, Twitch is technically a social media. Deep Talks, Mabel. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's the world we live in. Would I be a more successful content creator if I did it as well? Yeah. Yeah, probably. If I just went along with it and didn't like disagree, because I think a lot of people that come in here complaining, if they just heard like, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Fuck this game. Yeah, I'd probably do a lot better. Because then a lot of those people wouldn't leave the channel when I, you know, talk back to them, or you know what I mean? Like, if I share my opinion back. I like the conversations and speculations that Cloud and others bring to the table, for sure. Yeah. The next update will address a lot of the community's concerns. A lot of the complaining is really just critique out of genuine hope for the game. Set a new standard. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will address concerns. I hope the community will stop like making everything like the sky is falling. It's really hard to engage with the community when it's constantly the sky is falling. Like, people talking like mechs have been terrible for like years, and that they're like the Arrowhead devs are just have the most evil of intentions constantly. Like, when like in reality, they've been listening to feedback, they've been implementing it. We're arguably in the best overall state the game's ever been in. But yeah, people still are talking like the fucking sky is falling constantly. Like, damn, bro. Like, it's not perfect. Yeah, you guys brought up like we don't have as many MO rewards. That is fair. I do think there's some reasons for it, but that is fair. But it's like, in the grand scheme of things, I think things are definitely trending upwards rather than downwards.
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Does this game still have issues that needs like attention? Sure, there's no such thing as like a perfect game, and the more they add the game, there's more things that will pop up that needs to be fixing or whatever. Do I enjoy the game? Hell yeah, I love it. And I also make sure that I take a healthy breaks from here and there. Everything you were saying, Akuma, dead on. I think people really want HE2 to be perfect, and so do I, but I will not, I'm never going to hold them to being perfect. I will give them advice and I will offer feedback to hopefully, you know, drive in the right direction. But at the same time, I'm only one person out of millions that play this game. And my perspective and my opinion will be different than someone else's. I don't want them to follow my opinion alone. I just want them to, you know, hear me out and then move on, right? But at the end of the day, they have to do what's best for the overall player base, not just me as a player or my type of player.
Answer, Helldiver.
Most play on 9. That's actually not true, Jack. The majority of people play on 6 to 7. And that was an unintentional 6-7 joke. Yeah. That is a fantastic point. Please stop going to Reddit. And honestly, even YouTube to some extent. You will enjoy the game more if you don't go on YouTube or Reddit. Trust me. Oh, you mostly play on 9. Got you. Got you. My bad, Jack. My bad. I misunderstood your comment. The game isn't the best place it's ever been, but I played Crimson Desert, the game, those devs patch every week. So, Jason Newcomb, it's kind of like false equivalencies. Because Crimson Desert has only just come out, so the main team that was making the game is probably still there. But also, it's also like a work-life culture, I'm sure, over there, of they're probably living at the office. HD2, if you remember right, also was doing that level of like patching. They were patching like fucking crazy in HD2 for like the first couple months. They burned out really fucking hard when I had conversations with them, right? They want to avoid that. They're from Sweden. Their work-life culture is very different than Korea. In Korea, they will fucking burn you. They will burn you the fuck out. So I'm not surprised that Crimson Desert is going crazy with patches. I really am not. But I also think it's because they're in a state where they've been working on the game for so long that, and they're not adding anything new too much, that for the most part, they're not really breaking anything. But the funny thing is that you're starting to see the problems of constantly patching. The latest update introduced a bunch of bugs, right? And that will happen. Crimson Desert's made in Korea. I'm fairly certain it's Korean studio, right? It's not Japan, right? I'm pretty sure it's Korean. Like, Arrowhead went crazy in the early days of HG2, but I think they realized that it wasn't sustainable. They said that at some point. They said it publicly. I know they said it to me when I was there. Like, they need to find a sustainable, you know, balance for themselves as well. Yeah, the CEO went on sabbatical, yeah. I'm sure some of that was burnout as well. Dealing with the HG2 community is pretty rough on the mental. But could you argue that like Pearl Abyss had a more like concrete launch? Yeah. I think Crimson Desert was like way better, like more ready than HG2 at release. HG2 kind of seems like it was shipped out the door early. But it was probably due to PlayStation.
us cleanse the galaxy of alien scum.
I'm sure if you asked the devs, they probably wanted more time. But also, because the game was so popular, it made everything worse. Because the devs were worrying so much about the servers rather than the bugs and stuff like that for a while there. Do you think it'd be worth it for me to contact support to see if I can change my PlayStation account to PC? I don't think that's a thing, Lucky. I'm sorry, dude. I don't think that's a thing at all for this game. Unless you're talking about a different game, Lucky. That's crazy, Jay Snookum. Maybe a bug with that? Or is it just like shader caching? Because like shader caching is a thing. And it's very CPU demanding, maybe? Talking about Helldivers? Yeah, there's no crossplay. Lucky, I'm sorry. The community's been asking for it, but it's something that maybe doesn't have a huge priority. Or PlayStation might be not exactly helping with it. Because I believe it's something that all the players need to come to the table and help out with. Very few games do cross saves. Because I think it's not super easy, I guess. You have to reload all the shaders after the update. I mean, that would be why, probably, compiling shaders. Compiling shaders is always a very CPU demanding task, though. It loads everything up real high. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get a PS5 PC cross save. It's pretty rare in gaming nowadays, unfortunately. Cross play is common, cross save is pretty rare. I'm trying to think of games that do it. Destiny eventually did it. It took them a long time, but I'm trying to... Are there a lot of other games that do it?
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
GTA 5 does it? I didn't know that. I don't think Battlefield or CODs do cross save. Do they? I don't really use that feature, so I guess I'm pretty out of the loop on it. What's your decompression when you need a break? Is there like a go-to? I mean, that's when you see me playing other games, Darth. That's when you see me playing other games. That's my decompression. HT2 is really taxing on the brain because of all these conversations we get. So I usually go play like... What have we been playing lately? We played Pragmata. We played Crimson Desert on stream. We played... we've been playing Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders wasn't very enjoyable last time we played it, though. Admittedly. We played Windrose on release. That was fun. Did you finish Pragmata? Yeah. I didn't do all the post-release content. How was Pragmata? Very good. Easy 9 out of 10 game. Fucking love it. It was awesome. I will probably be going back off stream to play more of it, like on the lunatic difficulty and stuff. But I've been pretty addicted to Deadlock lately. Playing that game a lot off stream. Hey, but what do you say to the people who say you're too good at shooter to be a maining a PvE game after you saw what they could do in Marathon? What do I say to a person like that? Unfortunately, it's not that easy to make a living playing a PvP game. If I could, I would main a PvP game. PvP games are more enjoyable to me than PvE games. But, I just, you know, it's really tough. You got to find where your audience is, not where you want to be sometimes. GTA 5 only does it once for online. You can convert your... okay, gotcha. Interesting. You gonna be playing the new D4 expansion in a few days? I think the plan is to maybe check it out if I have time. But there's just a lot of stuff happening in the next week. It's gonna be crazy. Why is it tough to do content for PvP or the PvE? PvP games, it's easy to burn out in as a content creator. It's really easy to just burn out in them. So because you're constantly having to play them, and you're constantly having people like, you know, fuck with you in chat, stream snipe you, just be dicks in general, a lot of trash talk. It's more taxing than you think. And then depending on the meta, you may enjoy it or not enjoy it. But then also comes the issue of just like PvP games are very hard on streaming because it's like really contested. There's a lot of people who stream PvP games. So it's like the chance of a new viewer finding my stream versus someone else's is a lot lower when I play a PvP game. PvE games, you know, they usually have like a hype period and it dies down. Like the only reason I became a bigger channel was because I stuck around in HD2. I didn't leave. Hoping Mortal Shell 2 would be like that. Mortal Shell 2 might be good. Maybe I'll check that out. I didn't care for Mortal Shell 1, but who knows? Like what happened to Peanut? What happened to Peanut? The fact that Deadlock has 33k players. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. There's rumors that Deadlock might go into some kind of open beta over the summer, so maybe we might stream some of that on stream. We'll see.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
Peanut burnt out on the streams numbers. Yeah, I mean, it's different for him because he's so much bigger, but, you know, even someone my size could run into some of that, which would suck. But also, like, a lot of the decompression just comes from talking to you guys. Like, after that, like, that talking spree about the complaints in HD2, just chilling with you guys and just talking is enjoyable. When does the D4 expansion come out, Custard? Is there a release time on that, or release date? Is it Lord of Hatred? Oh my god, it's the 28th. Yeah, I won't be playing that on release. Dude, it's actually so annoying that all these games are all releasing on the fucking same day. It's genuinely annoying.
The hour of our next victory rapidly.
So, Helldivers is doing an update that day. Far Far West is coming out on that day. Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred is coming out on that day. Arc Raiders is doing their update on that day. Oh my god, it's so dumb. I'm gonna keep saying it, Robo. It's not a lobster is too buttery. It's not. It's like you're only feeding me lobster on this day, and you're never like, I have to like only eat it, and I'm only allowed to eat that for that one day, and you can't have it any other day. Like, just spread it out so you can enjoy it over the next couple. Like, no, we're all gonna fucking release everything on that same day. It's insane. What's your plan for that day? I'm probably just gonna do HD2 for at least the first 2 days. After that, I want to probably check out Far Far West, but I worry that Far Far West is just gonna, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll play Far Far West on the first day. We'll see. We'll see what the interest is. If the interest in Helldivers is high, I'll keep playing Helldivers. If it's fairly low, we'll go play some Far Far West. Arc Raiders, I'll be honest, I really didn't like the last day of Arc Raiders that I played, and it's really affecting my opinion on wanting to play more. So we'll see on that one. I do want to play with Pips, but I think I might have to tell him, like, hey, dude, I might not be playing Arc. It's just too much too many games coming out. Because it's not like Arc Raiders does that well on the channel anyways, so. Ask chat what they want. It would be Helldivers because we're playing Helldivers right now. Generate an AI model yourself. Oh, that would work. What happened in Arc Raiders? It was just a bad day. Cheaters, rats, like bugs. It just wasn't a good day of Arc Raiders. It was really rough. You've been enjoying the solo PvE experience. I think that's truly where the future of Arc Raiders is in the PvE space. I think slowly over time, the PvP side of Arc will die off. I think it's a bit of a hot take, but I genuinely think it will. As people get rattier and rattier and abuse third person and certain metas more and more, I think it'll be less and less enjoyable for people to want to go back to. I could definitely feel it already. And I think a lot of people will just shift to playing playing PvE mode. Because I think that is genuinely the more enjoyable side of, you know, Arc Raiders overall. But I also don't want to play Arc Raiders PvE. Like, that doesn't really interest me, so you probably won't see me play it on stream PvE. But anyways, next Tuesday will probably be, well, it's not probably, it will be HD2 for the start of the stream, for sure. I'm not sure about when Far Far West releases. If it's later in the day, maybe we do like the first 6 hours of the stream is the new WARBOND, and then we check out Far Far West. Because I can already foresee, like, if the patch isn't perfect, there's going to be a lot of complainers, and I'm going to be having to deal with that. And that might not be very fun. But unfortunately, then I have to deal with people asking, why are you not playing the new WARBOND? Is it terrible? Is that why? Oh, God. But I also think the PvP will always have a place in Arc. I don't see why it can't coexist with the same game. Going back to PvP today to get my fill. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that like PvE will die or like it'll be gone, but I do think over time they've realized that PvE is their bigger selling point, and they've been focusing on PvE a lot more, Hans. Like, you can see that in Arc Raiders quite a bit. They've been focusing a lot more on PvE. Looking forward to HG2. Just somewhat disappointed that we're basically never going to get the mech customization system we've always wanted. Yeah, it doesn't really bother me personally. I never really cared too much about that, but I can see where some people might be sad about that. I guess they could always retroactively add it, but... Not playing the new WARBOND. It's dead! Arc was it a PvE game initially? Yeah. I just think they're having a harder time than they realized to do both. And I think they're realizing the numbers. Most people play Arc for the PvE. That, you know, they're focusing a lot more on the PvE. And you can feel it as a PvP player. A lot of things just aren't really addressed in the timely manner. Like, you know, hackers are always going to be a real issue for main PvPers, and they need to do a better job on that. You know, trigger nades, you know, still being insane after all these months is, you know, really gut wrenching. But also just the fact that it's a third person game is kind of lame. It will always detract from good PvP because third person perspective will fuck with it. Sad how Marathon has completely dropped out of the conversation. It was fun to watch. I'll be back going back when the season refreshes. And then hopefully they have some exciting things to show off there. I personally really liked Marathon. It's more the PvP balance. But they've been addressing it in a very timely manner, which is good. But I'm just going to wait for the next reset. Do you think first person would work at Ark at all? They've already said they're never going to do it, but it's one of those things that I don't think they would ever do it. It would just separate the player base even more, and it would completely change the look and feel of the game. I don't think in a positive way. It kind of just, it is what it is. Third-person PvP games just have that inherent problem. But if it was first-person, I don't think Ark Raiders would have been nearly as successful. I really don't think so. Not always, Hans. PUBG made a really good transition with third person and first person. Kind of depends on the game. But like, Ark Raiders is such like an atmospheric game that it would completely change the way the game feels. Like completely change it. They'd obviously have to do a lot of tuning too. They'd have to make first person perspectives. They would have to change the animations probably for a lot of weapons. They would probably have to like change the environments. Like there's a lot of consideration for the third person camera in the environments, and the environments might look really weird in first person all of a sudden. Like in a bad way. Real Father Reacts to Pragmata. That's a good title. For sure, Hans, for sure. Man, I really wish like Far Far West came out this week or next week or like the week after. I really want to grind that game. Really sucks. I'm just really worried that like Far Far West is just gonna like never get the attention it deserves because it's just gonna be overshadowed by all these game releases all at the same time. It's gonna be like a Titanfall 2 situation. You know what I mean? I'm kind of worried about that because I think I genuinely think that like the game has potential, like solid potential. What is Far Far West? It's like a Helldivers like game, but it's more of a action take on it, like action arcadey take on it. First person, but really cool progression as far as like getting more powerful and upgrading your character. Really neat game. I just worry like it's going to be like a lot of early access PvE games where it doesn't get the attention it deserves because it releases at a weird time or just like, you know, people don't get behind it.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
That looks so weird. Wild West DRG with robots is my first impression. Hey, you're not far off. So it's just early access release? It is. So, I mean, there's hope that, like, if this release doesn't go well, you know, they can recover with a big update later, but, or like when it goes full release. But, I don't know. It does make, it genuinely makes me kind of sad that, like, I can't enjoy it at release because I'm just going to be too busy with everything else. And that's the best time for those kind of games, you know? When everybody's figuring out, you know, what's good and what's bad and strategies and stuff like that. It's always the most exciting. It always sucks coming in later because then it's like, well, streamer, just do it this way. Streamer, this is the best weapon. Streamer, like, the game's already solved, so. Just not the same. Hopefully you can evaluate any content on it. Unfortunately, because of my job, I can't. Because Twitch chat's going to tell me all about it. And Twitch chat's relentless about backseating. Bit of Borderlands. Yeah, I can see the Borderlands part. You have abilities and your weapons. Deep Rock Galactic for sure with the upgrades. The woes of streaming, yeah. It comes with the territory. It is what it is. That one guy. That's that one YouTube chatter chat. That's them right there. That I'm getting one guy. Just out of nowhere. A random rocket barrage from the side. Knocks me over. Every time, bro. What's your take on the Mech WARBOND stuff? I'll be honest, I don't want to get into it again, Hans. I'm not gonna get into depth. The mechs look sick. I hope we get a patch alongside the WARBOND to address the mech not having enough tankiness, and that's about it. Stop complaining. We tell you when to complain. Fair enough. My bad. I apologize, boss. My bad, boss. Please forgive me, boss. Just put no backseating in your title, problem solved. You'd be surprised how many people don't fucking do that. Not my first rodeo. They don't listen, bro.
Here comes the cavalry.
How many people come in here and ask a question and don't read the title? You know what I mean? Like, it's literally in the title. How many? Think about it. And think about how many do it. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. I swear, yeah, it might be more. It might be more people come in and ask the question. But maybe I just noticed it works because I put it in the title. I swear they're fucking with me sometimes. That's why I asked. Are you messing with me? We chat, we don't read. True. What are we, readers? No, we're chatters. Hey, that is flawless logic. I literally can't say anything to. You are correct. Well, you know what? There are some people out there that are lurking. I guess you could argue that lurkers are readers, right? But like Carl, for instance, is not a reader, dude. He's just a chatter. You know? That man is just the epitome of that that emote. Chatting. Or read the tags and ask why. Like, why does it say dyslexia? Are you illiterate? I do get that question a fair bit, at least once a week. Yo, streamer, why do you have dyslexia in your title? Or in your tag? Like, it is funny how often I get that question. I'm a lurker. I don't read. I always read the title. Hey, I appreciate you. It's a little thing, but it goes a long way. You'd be surprised. That's a hell bomb. Damn, someone actually hell bombing that objective? It's been forever since I've seen that. Sir, I don't want what you're selling. What did you guys think of the Expanse game? I don't know if many of you actually played it, but thoughts? Tech help. Can you help me connect my PC to the Internet Explorer? Unfortunately, I can't. I can't. I think you're lost in the sauce on that one. Dude, I am ragdoll like crazy right now. What is happening? Look good for your stream. Cool. Cool. I'm glad. What have you guys like seen, like what's the consensus on the game? Like what's the internet saying about it? Am I the only one that's positive? Are most people positive about it? I'm sure there's a lot of feedback on like the face stuff and like the gameplay being a bit janky. Maybe a little too old school, I could see people saying. I think my main concerns were just like polish, yeah. But I can imagine they have like literally a year to polish that game, so. Because I'm pretty sure they just say 2077. I don't think they actually gave a date in 2027, like when it's releasing. So they could take all the time they want. Been quite a bit on Reddit and I haven't seen anything. It was kind of like a stealth drop. It was kind of stealth drop. I think a lot of people weren't expecting it. I kind of forgot about it unless Benzie mentioned it. By the way, Benzie, I saw your message earlier about Bungie and their patch notes. Bungie has always had really, 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 really good patch notes, and they're very good about communicating their patches. It's one of the devs that I think does it the best. Like, I have not seen a dev that does communication on patches better. They're very good at it. They've had a lot of practice with Destiny. The TWABs, yeah. Now, the decisions in those TWABs weren't always the best, and the game itself wasn't always the best, but I've always been really impressed with, like, Bungie overall when it comes to their patches. Which game are we talking about? Well, we've been kind of hopping between a couple. But we were talking about, with the beta, we were talking about Expanse. You know, the TV show Expanse, sci-fi one. They're doing like a Mass Effect-like game. And yesterday, we played the demo. I would say it's a demo, more or less, on stream. I bought the Founders Pack and we played it for you guys. It's in the stream pods if you're interested in checking it out. But it's like a Mass Effect-like game, and it's like old school Mass Effect rather than like Mass Effect Andromeda. It feels like I'm playing Mass Effect 2. So if you're looking for like a little more nostalgic, old school, third-person cover-based shooter, I think it was quite solid. It was solid. But the second game we were talking about with Bungie, that's Marathon. What the fuck did you just climb up a mine and not blow up? A bunch of the mines are duds. The ones that don't glow. For some reason. I'm assuming that's what happened. I didn't even notice that. I was looking at chat. If it gets the Mass Effect vibe gameplay, it does. It does definitely give you an old school Mass Effect vibe. Which is good. I kind of wish it innovated a little bit more. I'm a little tired of the old school cover-based shooter formula, but, you know, I think the rest of the game was interesting enough that I could just look past the gameplay. I'm guessing we'll get a new biome with Tuesday update for HE2. I actually don't know. Are we supposed to? So, is this a dud? That might be a dud. Oh, that was not a dud. Those sometimes don't blow up when you get really close to them. The new WARBOND was good. Can't wait to play it. Hope they address some of the concerns about MECHS in that update. But I get the impression they probably will. Says so on the road rep. I think it says... Does it say on this map? Or like this month? I can't remember. So like in April it says that? If so, yeah. I would trust the roadmap. I don't think they didn't show off a new a new one in the WARBOND, right? I'm fairly certain it was just... I think they were just on a normal planet. April 2, okay, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, so I would imagine tomorrow's update probably has it. It might not come out tomorrow, or sorry, on the 28th exactly though. It might be like April 30th. You know what I mean?
Objective located. Northeast.
Objective completed.
Supplies.
Calling down a sentry.
The tree map with the lumber. Oh, true. Yeah. I forgot about that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's I think that's probably another one, or maybe there's just two variants of that particular map. We'll see. What they like to do is like update on Tuesday and then show off more content on like the Thursday, right? So I could see that. But that would also be quite annoying because, hey, I wanted to play some Far Far West on Tuesday. Lobster too buttery. Blech. So buttery, I'm gonna fucking puke it out, dude. Ragdoll City. Mm-hmm.
Rock fabricator. East. 100 meters. Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
Landing at an eagle.
Too much butter, make you shit. You shit your pants. Yep. Yup. Yup. Try the Far From West demo. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I didn't like grind it because I knew I enjoyed the game, so I wanted to experience a lot of it day one. But I played like a decent amount. Thanks, bud. No such thing as too much butter. Hey, man, if you looked at the release schedule for video games over the next, like, you know, week, you would agree too much butter. Video game releases and updates. You would agree. And then watch, Deadlock is gonna like do a surprise big update as well, and I'm just gonna be mauling. Grinding wasn't really worth it anyways, because like their beta gets reset. Well, it's you grind to learn things, right, for the main release, so you can be more efficient, quote unquote, right? As a content creator, it is fairly, you know, beneficial. But I kind of wanted to go with more of a fresh perspective. I didn't think it would be that competitive on the grind, so. But also I knew that things were going to be super busy, so kind of just accepted it early. It's like constantly being hit on as soon as you have a girlfriend. What the hell are you talking about? The only thing that hit on me once I got a girlfriend was you guys. Mm-hmm. Deadlock release on the 28th. Trust me, my dad works at Valve. My dad is Gaben. Trust, bruh. Trust me. God, imagine. Oh my god.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
I'm Yoshi undercover. Oh wait, you know who Yoshi is? You must be a Deadlock enjoyer. Primary is that it's called the Plasma Purifier. What the f— look at all those enemies. That's 3 patrols, I think, or 2 patrols? Yeah. Plasma Purifier, T-Dog. It's very good. Easy, like A+ S tier weapon, depending on the faction. You'd hate my main, though? Let me guess, you main Bebop.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Wouldn't be out of character, but no. Wait, who the fuck do you play then? Who else is fucking annoying? Are you an Apollo main? Apollo's pretty rough. Mo and Krill? Mo and Krill is like the ultimate, you're not allowed to have fun character. Runs up to you and just fucking smacks you, just die because everybody else starts shooting at you. Bebop also to some extent, but like, or sorry, not Bebop, Dynamo can also be kind of unfun to play against, but like honestly it's fine, it's more balanced. None of the classic Sweatlords. Who the fuck do you play that would be annoying? Give me a hint. Dino I play a lot, but I mainly am sleepy guy. Rem? You little rat. Okay, as long as you're fucking doing your job and not stealing all the souls and sinners on the map, I don't mind. But dude, if you're one of those rats that gets on my team and like goes like full support build, and while full support build takes all the fucking sinners on our side and yoinks all the souls, I'm mad at you. Okay, you gotta pull your fucking weight, alright? For context, chat, Rem is like a little like rat character, and the character is very good at like soaking up like the currency in the game to like power yourself up, and sinners are these like power-up devices that give you like permanent buffs for the rest of that match. But Rem is like really good for yoinking them, but sometimes they yoink your own team. I'm in a weird spot. I kind of want to call a weird spot, but I don't. Nah, I'm just gonna call it.
Deploying equipment package.
So like Rem mains can be really annoying because they just like soak up all the buffs and money on the map, and then they just bad, right? So the rest of the team suffers because, you know, they're unable to perform. Because like Rem isn't like the best carry in the world. Like he can be pretty good as like gun Rem and stuff like that, but yeah. I'm sure Hans is fantastic though. You know what I mean? You're a model Rem player, surely. I believe it. Gun Rem is goofy as fuck. Dude, it's goofy as fuck, but like if he gets ahead with souls, it's fucking crazy. It's scary. Are you like a pillow Rem? What build do you normally do? Or do you go like full support, like sleep heal, stuff like that? You know what I kind of wish for Rem though? I kind of wish like, yeah, you could steal all the enemy team's sinners and your sinners and stuff like that. I wish there was a way for like Rem to, you know, give it to his teammates easily. Like you could run up to a teammate and like hand them the buffs. Pillow's fun, yeah. Some pillow Rems can kind of, yeah. It's almost like you could like give them something to like, if you have like a carry on your team that's just not getting many sinners, like. You're like, hey, here. Thanks, bud. Or rather share it with the closest laner. Yeah, something like that. I think a mechanic like that would be really nice for Rem. Because I think Rem just gets a really bad rap because they're always super far ahead on souls because they're just really good at getting souls, and then they yoink all the sinners, and they sometimes yoink the sinners on your own side, so then there's just less sinners to go around. And it's like if Rem isn't playing like gun Rem or like a good pillow Rem, it feels like it's wasted, you know? Like you're like having a Rem on your team is like a debuff. But it should feel like a really good buff, but it kind of feels the opposite at times, which is why I think Rem gets so much hate. But like, I've seen plenty of good Rems, like, you know, just, there's a lot of them that are just like soaking up team buffs, and it's just like, ugh. When I see people play Rem, they're usually only ahead from like 8 to 15 minutes. I mean, or 8 to 25 minutes, yeah. I mean, but I don't know, dude. There's some Rems that kind of go crazy in the mid game. Trying not to want to shoot Jason.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Now that the 5800X series is coming back, I'm gonna attempt to get one. If it comes to a good price, I would highly recommend it. I would highly recommend it, Carl. It's a great upgrade path for you. What do you have? You have a 5800, right? Just normal? $5,900? Oh, same thing. Okay. It's not the biggest upgrade because you're already on a 5th gen, but it would be a sizable upgrade if you could sell your 5900X. But I am tempted to like tell you like maybe still look out for like AM5. Whole Pirate Software's mod team just quit. All jumped onto the hate train. Dude, we reacted to that yesterday, dude.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch.
It's a little bit of a nothing burger, but we talked about that yesterday.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
That was yesterday's news for us. How's the new WARBOND? Comes out next week.
Victory was never in doubt.
When was the last time you've pasted your CPU? Last year? Year and a half? Yeah, year and a half. I usually do it every like 2 to 3 years. Usually when I'm like dusting out the PC after 2 years, I'm like, okay, it's time to repaste it. Or if it's also becoming summertime, so I might do it if things are starting to get a little too spicy. But I've been thinking about getting like one of those like thermal pads, one of like the graphite ones. DR5, AM5 is DR5, yeah. But it depends on the retailer. Like I recently just had a viewer get a new PC and he had like a really good deal on DDR5 and motherboard and a 7800X 3D. Like it was a really good deal. Like I don't think he was paying overpriced for DDR5. He was paying maybe a little bit over, but like it wasn't like the 2x that you see. But I mean, obviously he has Micro Center, and Micro Center is pretty insane.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
I'll be right back, chat. I'm just gonna get a drink of water. My throat is feeling like it needs a little bit of water. Also, quick stretch. If you gotta eat poop fap shit, is this a good time? Or just come down a bit. Not back to normal. Yeah, I saw a bunch of data centers got canceled, so that's probably why. Alright, we're back. Okay. All right, back. You know what I'm surprised about? I thought for sure when I saw J.S. Newcomb's comment yesterday about the MO changes where you don't get the medals if you don't log in anymore. I thought for sure that was going to be like the thing to complain about today. I'm actually a little bit surprised. What is that, Belland? I don't know. What is that? Belland, you better not be baiting me. Oh. Yeah, I saw this on Twitter. A friend of mine linked it to me. So there's like a screenshot. There's like this. And then there's also a scene with Melania, I think. If you've played Elden Ring, this is one of the characters in Elden Ring called the Dung Eater. He has his own unique story ending with his quest line. So this is the Elden Ring movie. So kind of spoilers, but I'll be honest, you're probably going to forget about it by the time it comes out in like 2028 or whatever. So yeah, his name is Dung Eater. Yeah. He's basically just like a putrid, you know, festering individual, and he wants to see the world like that. And if you go through his quest line, when you become Elden Ring, you basically descend the world into that. It's a pretty dark ending if you go with him. So is this like pre-Shatter then? I believe it's gonna be the Shattering, maybe, is my guess. It might be like the Shattering, you know, and all the events that happened during the Shattering. That's my guess, but we'll see. Or it might be like one of the timeline. Like there's so many stories inside Elden Ring, you know? So I don't know. I don't know exactly, but I'm very excited to watch the movie. I hope it's good. I hope it's not shit. Can I jump in? Of course you can, buddy. Jump in. See a video of the YouTuber making his own RAM in his shed? 25K in equipment? No, I have not seen that. That's funny though. Did it work? People are assuming it's leading up to the Night of the Black Knives event. Ooh, that'd be a cool line of the story. Some of you are going to be confused with like pre-shattering, shattering, and then after. Yeah. Luckily, I think a lot of Elden Ring players went and watched some more videos, so maybe they will understand, but yeah. It would be a really good idea for the movie to not take place at the exact same time of the game. That way you're not upsetting gamers. Because, like, let's be honest, gamers are really annoying when it comes to, like, wanting the movie to be an exact representation of the game. And it's, like, really hard to do that. Make a 3-hour movie the same as, or less, 2-hour movie on average, the same as, like, a 50-hour game. Like, it's really hard to do. So it's almost better that they, like, take a different slice or something that doesn't happen alongside the character. Most players apparently don't know the lore. Yeah, I'm not surprised that, like, well, okay, what does it mean to not know the lore? Like, I'm sure a lot of players know a rough idea. It's just, I think a lot of players don't, like, what would you classify as knowing the lore? You know what I like, how much lore do you need to know in order to know the lore? I guess, is the question.
Where will you take your stand?
I've seen some people on Twitter just say it's gibberish bullshit, but I think some people like go to YouTube and they like that have that opinion because like reading it in game, it comes across like that because it's written in like a puzzle piece method, right? It's kind of like, you know, getting a birthday present of a puzzle and then looking at one puzzle piece and being like, what is this picture? It's fucking gibberish, right? Like it's the way that the game is told to you, like the story is told to you, is through puzzle piece narratives, random characters, and like environmental storytelling, right? That's like the main way the game goes about telling its story. And if you're not very good at picking up environmental storytelling and you don't give a fuck about doing it in the quest, you probably don't know literally anything about the story. And you might think that it's just random bullshit. But you watch like one lore video on YouTube and it starts to be like, oh, that's why that looked like that. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that happens probably a lot. So they might just not be on that stage of their journey yet. Ronnie explains a fair bit. Yeah, she does. Yeah. If you go through a quest line. Some people, like, don't go through it fully. That's pretty much every FromSoft's game. Yeah. Other than Sekiro. Sekiro kind of is more on the noggin. Got him. Is that guy dead? Just hoping my rocket launcher doesn't kill my teammates, man. Make them nervous. What the? Where did you come from? Other movie, I suppose? That's what we were talking about. Bellin linked me a leak of the Dung Eater being in it. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. The worst FromSoft game for story is easily Bloodborne. Bloodborne's fucking story makes no goddamn sense if you're not, like, watching a YouTube video. Like, you think you know what's going on, but you really have no fucking idea. You're lying if you knew what was happening the first playthrough. You're such a fucking liar. I don't believe you for a fucking second if you told me you knew the Bloodborne story before watching a YouTube video. Dude, it's even confusing as shit if you watch a YouTube video. Like, Bloodborne story is so weird. It's got aliens, it's got, like, diseases, it's got, like, post-apocalyptic, you know, vampires and werewolves and... Bruh. There's a story, yeah. It's it's a good story once you gotta understand it, but god damn does it take a while to get there. Oh, that's the turret one. Like Remnant? Remnant is way easier to follow, I think. Because they actually, like, use storytelling. But yeah. Almost university, it kind of feels like it when you're looking at a Bloodborne. It's fucking crazy. Trust me. Go watch a Bloodborne like lore video, and you'll understand why I think it's like I know you didn't fucking understand it the first time through. It's a fantastic resource for like Bloodborne story. The Blood Hunt, I recommend to everybody who played the game. Cool. I think I remember that. That sounds familiar. includes all this stuff there. That's good. Blood Hunt. It sounds familiar. I was it a YouTube video or? Sounds familiar.
Liberty dispensed.
Oh, dude, ChatGPT would be so fucking confused. There's no. I think ChatGPT would just fucking hallucinate the entire thing. There was YouTube videos, but it was a doc that was worked on. Yeah, I think I just watched a YouTube video on that. I don't believe I actually watched that in particular. Oh shit, I'm about to die. ChatGPT would just start talking about modern day England. Yep. Yeah, no doubt. Ow. Alright, it just got crazy accurate all of a sudden. Oh. Hey, buddy. Thank you for the ragdoll. What? Where'd my shotgun go? Any news on the HG2 movie other than Jason Momoa, I think, is starring in it? No. And one of the Fast and Furious guys is directing it, which doesn't exactly bode well. I will be completely honest with you. But we'll see. My buddy called me. I was saying, the fuck do you know about Elden Ring lore? You haven't even beaten the game. Sheesh. He's keeping you honest, bro. Jason Momoa didn't expect him.
Main objective near your position.
It's not an out of the realm of possibilities because Jason Momoa kind of gets cast in a lot of weird stuff. Like, he'll get cast in fucking, like, Dune. But then it will also get cast in the Minecraft movie. You know? So he kind of does the whole picture. So it's funny how every statement of Pilstad is being contradicted later on. What do you mean? Love Henry Cavill because, like, bro is full-time gamer. That would be cool. That would be a cool ad. I bet he's played some Helldivers. I trust Momoa with the Helldivers movie. He's a good actor. I like Momoa overall. he gets put into some weird stuff every once in a while. I don't think he's a bad fit for that at all.
Outpost destroyed.
We'll see though. He's got his hands full of Warhammer. Yeah, he's still doing that Warhammer TV show, which I think is still in production. Warhammer 40k TV show. Holy fuck. Why not Michael Bay? Michael Bay would be actually a great director, but would Michael Bay want to do one on a video game movie? I don't know. It's a good point, though. The only movie I like Momoa in is Dune. Every other movie feels like he just plays Jason Momoa. He is definitely one of those actors. He kind of plays himself in a lot of movies. There's another movie I can't remember the name of that played well. I don't know if the HT movie is big enough for Michael Bay. True. The same way about Jack Black. Yep. Jack Black only really plays himself. I'll leave my own hat. I don't own a hat, so if they go with the grown fantasy setting of the movie. Is that what he said? Is that what Pilsat said? That's what I said. Oh, okay. What did Pilsat say? Sorry, I didn't follow. What are your thoughts on New WARBOND? Looks cool. Can't wait to play it. Looking forward to Metal Storm. Hope they address the concerns the community has had on the mechs for the last 2 months. But he said if they made a movie, he'd want any actors to die horrible deaths. Hey, I mean, why can't that still happen? That can easily still happen. But I do remember that quote. Yeah, I remember that. I don't think anything's stopping them. We don't know how it's gonna be. Give you a hence my previous Hat Pants comment. I find it hard to believe Momoa is just gonna die like that. Oh yeah, I doubt Momoa is gonna die immediately. I mean, he could still. That would be a very funny bait. Imagine, like, he dies within the first couple minutes of the film when we all think he's like the main character. That'd be pretty good. It's kind of funny how out of context that statement could be put, though. You want many actors to die horrible deaths in the first couple minutes of the film. You don't realize they're talking about it like a movie like that. Wild thing to say. No, I get you, John. I get you. I was just like thinking about that. Man, out of context, that sounds terrible. What did that sea rocket just do? Did you just see that? That sea rocket just did like some weird snake pattern and then missed the dropship. That was weird. Pilsat is such an artist.
Extraction is available.
Calling down a sentry!
Outpost destroyed.
Sure, Sony's saving the money on the wrong ends. Like, always, I'm pissed. I mean, I don't suspect the H2 movie's gonna have a massive budget. Like, I imagine it's gonna have a pretty moderate budget. Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, it's a pretty unknown IP for the vast majority of people that are gonna go watch it, so.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
I don't imagine it's gonna be a big, like, Michael Bay Transformers kind of budget.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
I'll be honest, I'll be happy as long as it's better than the Borderlands movie, you know? If they can beat the Borderlands movie, hey, W. But I swear, if it's just a Borderlands movie, oh god. Could you reseat the tech for launching the Ultimatum further? Have your primary out.
Testing advanced weaponry!
As you're swapping, hold down your fire button. That's a low bar. I know. It is a low bar, but it's the bar I've set. I don't have super high expectations for the Helldivers movie. I'll be honest, I doubt it's gonna be that amazing. Was it? It just seemed to be better than the Borderlands movie.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I want it to be at least better than the animated film. I mean, it probably will be. Animated fan film is like, what, 5 minutes?
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Fan film was an hour? I don't know which fan film you're talking about then. Ba, ba, ba.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
For Liberty. I'll have to check it out.
ETA, T-minus
I've never seen anyone talk about it. which is kind of crazy.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
I enjoyed it. They did a good job. Cool.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Hell yeah.
Liberty has seen you through.
Doom, 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 doom. Here's a Galactic War Episode 1 Cold Sun, a Heroes Anthology series. Interesting. GG.
Allied destroyer has left squadron. You secured a lot of
Oh. Okay. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna call it there. Just got to get some stuff done, and I also don't want to burn out before next week's big issue 2 release. Got to get some stuff done though, in prep for next week. I'm gonna call it here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully less complainers. Thank you for dropping by, showing some support. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And have a great rest of your day, wherever you are in the world. Morning, evening, afternoon, night. Peace out. Check out the Discord down below if you're looking for more HT2 content. As always, check out the YouTube. So, yeah. Peace out. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye.